I think we can start.
Sorry.
I think we can start.
Well, thank you everyone for participating with us this evening. Actually, good morning for colleague from South America, Andrea, Adriana in Brazil and Mexico. Good day for those who are in Europe and good afternoon for colleagues in Indonesia. Welcome to the 10th International Seminar of Psychological and Economic Self-Constitution that for this year is organized and coordinated from Jakarta, Indonesia by Center of Social Representation Studies. As we are all witnessing from 2020, we are not yet able to get rid of the pandemic. We have been vaccinated for 3 or even 4 times, but it seems that the virus is accelerating its speed to compete with human brain, to compete with science's discoveries. But after 2 long years of isolation and uncertainty that become our new platform of our real life, we are able also to witness our strength, our courage, our struggle, and our resilience to cope this situation. It is therefore the topic of our seminar this year is new form of political, economical, and social resilience during the pandemic. I'm glad that this year we have received more than 15 papers and are welcoming participants from 3 different continents. Europe with the majority, of course, from Ukraine, Czech, Bosnia and Herzegovina. Even I don't know how to spell correctly. Serbia, Moldova to represent the country from Eastern Europe, and France, Germany, Netherlands, and Italy to represent Western Europe. And then from South America, we have a colleague from Brazil and Mexico. And from Asia, we only have from Indonesia, but I'm glad that this year it is not just represented by participants from Jakarta, but also participants from other regions in Indonesia, from Malang, from Kendari as well, which is located in Sulawesi. And that's why we are going to have breakfast, lunch, and dinner at the same time after this opening, because we are living in 3 different time zones. As we have anticipated, the majority of the papers that will be presented today are the studies related to pandemic situation. The insertion of digital living that help us to survive is the main topic that we are going to listen. Therefore, we will find how that digital living is present in carrying on the education process, in surviving the art performance and cultural object, or in creating public opinion through the intensive use of social media. Besides that topic, we have some that represent the actual social problem as the war, the refugee, the immigration, the gender, or even power. Briefly, I would say that all the topics represent us, represent the complexity of our actual life during this very difficult time when we are not just dealing with coronavirus, but with humanity problem, as it is the war in Ukraine, or the social polarization in Brazil, or energy crisis that hit all of us, for example. And most of all, I'm very happy with all these topics because it shows that as member of academic communities, we are not just pursuing our career with our intelligence, with our research, with our presentations for international seminars like this one, but we are exercising as well our sensibility and our engagement to humanity. something which seems to be neglected in academic activities the last few decades when life was going well or even better. I thank you all for being with us today, and I wish you all will share a tremendous seminar. Thank you. I'm inviting Irina.
Dear colleagues and friends, I'm glad to greet you on the 10th Political and Economic Self-Constitution Seminar. This year, I'm in France, close to Paris. Due to war in Ukraine, I'm under temporary protection of France. This year, organization of this seminar was mostly conducted by Rosa Pirmanadeli and Andreai Giacomozzi. Rosa Pirmanadeli is connected from Indonesia and Andreai Giacomozzi from Brazil with 10 hours difference. And we had to take into account this while scheduling this year's seminar. In the end of this seminar today, we will share with you our plans for developing this event. The world changes a lot in these 10 years, starting from 2013, when the first seminar was held in Dnipro in Ukraine. Humanity almost overcame pandemic of COVID-19, I hope. And this year, the war in Ukraine started. The unbelievably cruel war in Europe. Obviously, this war, for me, it was obvious, it is my subjective opinion, this war cannot be finished in Ukraine. And we cannot predict what next year will bring us. But whatever happens in the world, this year showed us that when a team from 3 continents joins efforts, the event continues to gather scientists from around the world. And I hope next year our event will be even more interesting than it used to be during these 10 years. Thank you for joining us this year. And I would like to pass the word to Andreai Giacomozzi.
Thank you, Irina.
Good morning, people. Here in Brazil, it's 7 o'clock now. So good morning and good afternoon for you that are in Europe, and good night for those who are in Indonesia. So I would like to thank Irina and also Rosa for hosting this event this year and to invite me to help with the organization. And it's a pleasure to me. And thanks also to our honor inviter, Annamaria de Rosa, that is here for the opening conference this year for us. So I will present Professor Annamaria de Rosa, that's here with us today. She is a former full professor of social representation and communication with Laboratory of New Media and Web Marketing, Faculty of Medicine and Psychology from Sapienza, University of Rome, Italy. She is the creator of the and the program of the director of the European International Joint PhD in Social Representations and Communication that was relaunched in 2022 as International Joint Doctorate in Social Representation, Culture and Communication. And she is a joint professor at University of Ottawa, Canada, and emeritus professor at University of Belgrano, Buenos Aires, Argentina also. So it's a great pleasure to us to have you, Annamaria, with us today to do your conference. So I wish a great event for all of us. Thank you, Annamaria, and the word is with you.
It's still mute, Annamaria.
Sorry. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So let me share the screen. Let me see if it's fine for you, if you're able to see.
Yeah.
I also want to advise that the connection may be unstable, and I start to use my iPhone to have a probably better connection than the one that it is in this accommodation, because I am moving from a site to another in a quite anyway. I would like to have the full screen, so it would be better. No, probably I have to.
Yeah, presentazioni, Annamaria. Maybe you clicking presentation.
See, but I would prefer to have the full screen with the presentation. So let me do that. Okay. Is it fine now for you?
Okay.
Okay. So I start to apologize for having sent the title of this opening lecture only yesterday, because I would like to do a quite different presentation, but due some constraint from the logistic point of view, I am leaving since June. I indeed try just working during the night, and Andrea knows, because we are also organizing a conference for next year, a roundtable. So, indeed, just yesterday, I decided that I didn't want to renounce to the main focus that I would like to give to this lecture, for sharing a legacy to the work of Serge Moscovici, which is really closely related to the immigration and the refugee problem. And because of the invitation also to present research data, I will shift from this presentation of the book that has touched me so much and was my best company during the last 5 months I spent here, moving from a side to another. And so this title will give you the idea of this integration between from forced migration to cross-disciplinary nomadism. Moscovici theory fertilized by his life experience as a refugee. And so, but let's start first of all to thank for the kind invitation Irina, who has successfully launched this series of the PESC seminar. And I have the pleasure and also the honor to participate at least in 3. I remember my first one in Padua, the one in Brazil, last year organized by, with the great collaboration of Andrea Giacomozzi from Universidad Federal Santa Caterina in Brazil, and this year with Risa Permandelli. So it's a very good trio indeed. You will see also the role of the trio in the book of Moscovici, the trio of METEC. You are not METEC, but anyway, it is a good trio. So many thanks also to all the participants who attended this inaugural opening lecture, and to the all-day presentation that I have also the honor to introduce and the pleasure to follow. Finally, I decided to open this PESC seminar by sharing with you some reflection based on the most significant book that I have has accompanied me during this summer from the emotional and intellectual point of view. Then I will present a selection of recent research results on one of the topics that since 2017 has engaged me in a broad research program on the social representation of immigrants, articulating field study involving immigrants of first and second generation, and media study, in particular analyzing scientific, political institutions, and media discourse on immigration. And indeed, there are more than 10,000 sources. Too often, there are sadly misused as an instrument of political propaganda, rather than as a societal issue, historical phenomenon to be addressed with adequate inclusive policy. I don't know if you see also the book. You see the book? Yeah. Let's start this inaugural lecture from a center indeed inspired by the social representation theory from Jakarta to its founder, Moscovici, by presenting this most touching book, appear in 2019, 5 years after his death in 2014. Narrating the fertilization of his disciplinary nomadism by his existential experience as a refugee in France from his born country, Romania. Mon style de recherche était marqué par le fait de que mon existence était en longue exil. This is something that he mentioned in the book. So I could say that I discovered a lot from this book, even though for many years I have read, almost indeed 40 years, I have read, studying and analyzing, even meta-theoretical analyzing, the opera Omnia of Serge Moscovici. Since I had the good luck in 1982 to meet him, and so there was a unique meeting on my intellectual path in a completely fortuitous way, right? We never know the life what reserved to us. I met him in a small meeting for very few most representative social psychologists in the world, and I was not among them. I was just sent by my professor in Rome, who was at that time one of the most influent social psychologists in Italy. And I was quite young and completely unknown in the international setting. And this meeting was in Ravello on the Amalfitan coast, near to my birth Salerno, from where today I am connected for this conference and that you can admire behind me. I want to share the beauty, because the beauty in the life is not only emotion, it's not only, you know, the external side of our body, of the nature. It's something that can touch our soul and inspire us, even from the intellectual job. And also has a resilient effect, at least on me. So Ravello, indeed, which is another beautiful small town, quite a village on the Amalfitan coast, was not by chance also the wonderful small town chosen to start 10 years later in 1992, the dedicated international conference on social representation that to continue each 2 years, hopefully forever. And this next year will be in Colombia. As you can see by exploring the album of memory on the website dedicated to our international joint program, that I created, I dedicated this special album of memory when Serge Moscovici, that was in the last 4 years just honorary director because he was quite heavy sick and close in a elderly people structure. And I dedicated to him this album of memory that you can even give a look when you like, including also all the message that I received when he died and when I diffused it through the Soricom thematic network newsletter to all the community about this death. I received so many letters and so incredible reflection on his work that I decided to publish with the permission of his son, Pierre Moscovici and Denis Moscovici. And see here, you see on your right some of the page of this album, which is quite dynamic, and there are also a photo related to some event in which he provided the inspiration from his thought. So in 1992, indeed, was quite a magic year, because not only started the series of the conference dedicated to the social representation, but was also the magical year in which the idea to transform a dream that I had in my mind, cultivated thanks to the involvement of the research training in mobility exchange Erasmus around 13 universities in Europe. And when these 3 years collaborating for research rather than moving abroad only for making exam, the student in a meeting that I organized, inviting Moscovici and at that time all the the first generation of scientists. So I am speaking about Robert Farr, Jean-Claude Abric, Denis Jodelet, all the first generation of scientists from 13 universities in Europe, invited in a beautiful places in Rome, just in front of a Colosseum. But I also invited the students who participated to this Erasmus exchange, mobility, and working on 3 years on a project that I was interested in that time in looking at the articulation of a multidimensional identity and social representation. So place identity from home to town, to city, to nation, to European Union. And the students participated for 3 years. When they successfully completed their degree in psychology, that at that time was in 5 years, and the theses were at the level that currently are at the doctoral level. So the students were so happy for this experience, but so frustrated for the fact that this was over. I decided to invite them in this meeting that was the launching meeting for the doctorate. And I always remember our dean in front of the Colosseum. And at the end, they say, oh, that is a pity that this story finished. And I say, but let's continue. We can organize a doctorate. So I am always grateful to the student that inspire me to create a sort of international doctorate. And so, and I always say that this was a bottom-up inspiration, but brought to a top-down institutional dimension. And indeed, this 1992 was the year in which I presented the first project to European Union. At that time, it was called European Community. And it was approved. I was quite surprised because I didn't know nobody in the commission. And usually in Italy, people say that if you don't know somebody, you cannot never succeed. It is completely my contrary experience. This can work probably in the local setting in university where you have to manage agreement with but it has been never my experience. And this for me was a sort of a starting of liberation from the local competition. And I start to work only with the European, especially, not only indeed, but especially with European Commission program, because I have never known who evaluated the project and so on. I should say that to transform this dream into an institutional reality was probably at that time too innovative, as sometimes I realized from the resistance of the institution. that are mainly, I don't want to say forever or everywhere, but they have a bureaucratic apparatus to reproduce the system, not to innovate the system. No? It's the role of a bureaucracy. But sometimes some dream can be translated into reality and becoming later also a sort of a prototype of innovation for others. So from our first international joint doctorate in Europe, because there was the model of a co-tutelle, which is more traditional and more known, but to have a joint program with the joint signature of several rectors on one diploma was really at that time a sort of a delirium. And sometimes when I go back, I say how it was possible. But it was possible also because Sergio Moscovici was a champion of innovative thought, as he has completely innovated the social psychology discipline in Europe and over the world, combining his freedom for methodology, for being beyond the border of a discipline. And so it was really one of the most innovative intellectuals I met in my life, and it is still a part of my soul. And so, but what I want to stress today is the role that this book, that j'adore, explain me in moving from this nomadism as a refugee from a country to another, and is a suffering, is a deep suffering, and is a deep loneliness and so, as a refugee in France, and at the same time how vital and resilient was the need for profound friendship and intellectual relationship. I already mentioned the trio de Metec, which is one of the chapters of this book. Paul Celan, Isaac Shiva, and Serge Moscovici, that he defined trois billets de loterie perdants. Because indeed, all of them, one of them was also suicide, and also Serge Moscovici, I discovered for my first time in this book, because he was, although our relation was quite deep and profound and always open, he was also a very discreet and reserved person. So I never suspect that he was strongly attempted by suicide for his because of this experience as a refugee. So this, in the secret fold of this posthumous book found as a treasure in a closet, we discovered the existential route led to the genesis and development of theory like social representation, active minority, the social history of nature, among them very much more intertwined than what is unfortunately still not yet recognized in the literature, no? Because there are people who love more experimental approach, who are more on the field of active minority, people who like more, let's say, less classical study and even integrating multidimensional and multi-methodological approach, and they prefer social representation, and social history of nature, which has been attracted a lot also people interested in ecology and political sciences. But there is a deep integration because it was one mind for many theory, but this theory was a cross-nomadism even in its social thinking. Let's say still some few words about this book. And it is impressive to see this certificate as a refugee obtained in France still mention his birth name. I don't know how many people among the very large scientific community in the world that know and appreciated his opera Omnia, or at least a part of it, knows that he was not called Serge, indeed. His first name was Strul, which is not the translation of Serge. No, Serge was the new identity imposed in a certain sense as a refugee in France, because probably in many countries, but in particular, I also found also French culture rather than inclusive, assimilating. People who want to incorporate. So if you don't speak perfectly French, for example, although you understand, and even your interlocutor in France doesn't speak your own language, for example, Italian in my cases. If you don't speak perfectly as they wish, they show you that they don't understand. That is not true. They can understand, but they mark the differences. So I was not a refugee in France. I was in France in a very special condition, but I have perceived a lot what Serge was saying in this book as a refugee, so in a very serious condition. And this, he say in this book, je suis venu à Paris en étranger. Je savais que je partirais en étrange. So, je me suis senti toujours très peu français à l'étranger et étrange en France. So to be, and often he told me that he was too French abroad and never enough French in France. And all that is related to his experience as a refugee. And the fact that his name was changed in Serge was an indicator of this process of naturalization and assimilation. But if you think about the depersonalization, which is one of the processes in which he articulated the social representation, you can also create a link between this experiential personal condition as a refugee and the genesis of his nature. And for example, this active minority theory. This is another part strictly related that I understood because it is not so explicit, but there is some reference in the book that I would like to present you in a more detailed way. But at the same time, I wanted to reply to the demand of Irina to present new research data. So I didn't feel completely free to dedicate all this lecture only to this book. But I really hope that it is enough what I say to stimulate your interest in reading it, and probably some of you already know. But why active minority related to his existential, this loss of existential identity? He very deeply say and share with us this resistance he had in assimilating. For example, he dedicated some chapter to the Hebrew people in that he tried to be completely assimilated to be accepted. On the contrary, he always was trying to keep its own identity. And this is exactly what it means to be an active minority, no? To try to resist to the assimilation in the majority. Okay, I think that want only to say that one of the reasons that this summer I was also so touched by this book is because at the same time I was suffering, and I still suffering a lot, for the atrocity of the war in Ukraine and its consequence for the many refugees. On the other side, I was concerned also at the same time, for the development of the multi-year research program on immigration and articulating field study and media study. And, you know, this book that has an incredible high quality in terms of narrative style. No, it is not an academic book, but it is much better than an academic book. No, because what exactly Rosa told before, it is not a book written and published. Indeed, the son found a long series of hand note, and you know how difficult it was sometimes to interpret it, because I'm sure that most of you has received a letter and signed by Moscovici, and was not so easy always to read them. So indeed, this coincidence of working on immigration, reading this book, and be always almost obsessively exposed to the atrocity of Ukraine, the war in Ukraine, was a coincidence that make me this book very significant. Now I think that you should control me in time, because each conference I try just to read the slide, and each conference I'm not always confident just in reading, and I associated my instant feeling. Anyway, now I would like move.
Annamaria, you still have 5 to 10 minutes, please.
Okay, so I will be quite quickly just to reply to the demand also of Irina to present new data. And these new data are indeed contextualized in this large project that was launched in 2017, that, as I mentioned, included a field study on immigrants, that if I would have time, I would present exactly this experiential field study based, and it was an occasion for me to invent a new technique that based on a drawing and telling a story. Because for the refugees and the immigrant, sometimes it's very painful to speak about their experience. Not by chance, Moscovici has produced this note when he was very old indeed, and the need to save memory. So telling a story while people draw, rather than to be interviewed by a questioner, was a way to respect the intimate freedom of people in telling their story.
I'm losing your voice, Annamaria.
I think there is something. You are returning, Annamaria. We didn't hear some part of your presentation.
Okay, so I just was mentioning that this discourse analysis was based on different level of sources, including also different social media like Facebook, Twitter, Yahoo Answer. So anyway, and Facebook. I also was mentioning this contribution of the Nobel Prize on the literature, that all these books are related to the migratory experience and drama of a refugee. But from, you know, Nobel Prize to real people, these images are just not, you know, are just self-speaking. migration is not a crime. And here there is the crime of a child that was died because of difficult experience of moving from a country to another. And as the Pope say, especially the Mediterranean Sea has become a cemetery. And here you have a main route of immigration, but we have to study immigration not only as in our current time, because this is a phenomenon that accompanies all this history, and it starts from a prehistory. And the flow of immigration and emigration can be in alternate direction, or can be even concurrent, but also sometimes in a different way. For example, Italy was a country of emigration last century, and before and after the World War, but has become now a country of immigration, but at the same time also of emigration, especially for the brain drain, because our best researchers move abroad after having developed all their school in Italy. So crossing a different route. Once again. And now very quick, still have some times, and I saw also from the program that there are other contributions touching on immigration, including from Andreai Giacomozzi. With whom indeed I am developing an extension also of our research, looking in particular to Brazil and Italy, but within a larger context, because our research since the beginning was never restricted to Italy or to Italian sources. And indeed, one of the input to enlarge collaboration to Andreai Giacomozzi, and I hope that next year we will be able to present our research. I had already the privilege to see preliminary result, but I didn't feel free to present anything without Andreai in this occasion. But we will soon discuss this data. And so here, very quickly, but stop me anytime I need to conclude my lecture, that are focused on two emblematic countries, Canada and Italy, that has a distinct history and the root of immigration. Because the root for immigrate is not, I have
3 minutes to
3 minutes. So
yes,
I just will show you these two maps to stress the fact that the way in which you arrive in a country by boat or by plane also influence the kind of immigrant that you are. We are speaking in Canada and in Italy about immigration as the immigrant would be the same, but indeed the immigrant in Canada is, for example, Lilian Negura, my partner in this research and also an historic partner of the European doctorate, because there is an economicistic view trying to attract the self-economic independent people, not solely the people who arrive on the boat as to in the Italian coast. And indeed, there is also a constitutive land of immigration, because beside the indigenous and the aborigine that indeed are confined in their own territory, although there is a lot of rhetorical discourse to include them, but indeed there are, the identity of Canada is built on immigration. But now which kind of immigrant they are? Especially economic independent or people who can improve the economic condition of the country. But I would say that there is quite an inclusive and the promotion of immigration in Canada, and with a very moderate differences between the politically positioning of people who are the sources of a discourse, which is one of the most interesting results of our research. And I think the more interesting for this enterprise of launched by Irina that focus on political and economic discourse. In Italy, indeed, there was an alternate and even concurrent flow of immigration. And these are indeed the sources analyzed, so institutional policy-driven discourse that are articulated in Italian political institution and Canadian political institution. So the official discourse that we study from law, from the Canadian and the Italian political discourse affiliated to different and ideological oriented party. So left wing, center, and right, and especially extreme right. And also the NGO and the humanitarian association. So this discourse is articulated. We study these sources, relative variable. And for example, if the government was led by Conservative Party or Liberal Party in Canada, or Democrat Party in Italy, or for example, in this period there was the coalition with the populist movement, 5 Star, and right wing, so extreme right wing, Lega, and the different coalition with the 5 Star movement, populist, and left wing, the Conte 2. I think that I should close, but I want to just give you the feeling of this result that in Italy are much more polarized, as in country like Brazil, for example, opposing Bolsonaro view to more moderate or left-wing oriented leader, or like say in the United States, what Trump has pursued, no? American first. American first, in my opinion, means American alone, because now in an interconnected world, you cannot build, imagine that in Italy, we would build a wall around all our coast. This is ridiculous, no? And we know that in this interconnected global world, it is very difficult to stop. But in the country like Italy, United States, even Brazil, other country, the discourse is very polarized. On the contrary, in Canada, for example, and this is an impressive result that I found not only analyzing comparative data in Canada and Italy, but also, as I will share with Andrea, who has collaborated also bringing new sources in our library. The library is not only a repository of sources, but as also a tool for analyzing the resources. And so,
Annamaria, I'm sorry, but time is
okay.
Pushing us,
Yes.
all of us.
Let me see only this. I stop with this. You see how many flags from Canada are in this. And this is an result that occur also in our comparative data with Brazil, because Canada has an articulated discourse around immigration, because it is a founding element of its identity. And on the contrary, for example, in Italy, there is a simplification because it means to be pro and against. And there is a political propaganda who built all the story. So thank you so much. Okay, if you want, I can share the presentation with you, and you can have also at the end the
Yes, that would be wonderful. It is a very good idea.
bibliography, okay?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Annamaria, a lot. And you have mentioned several times that I had a demand. It was rather a request, because I know that you always have a very innovative approach to research design. That is why I asked you to share your new research for the wider audience to benefit from this knowledge and from this innovative approach. Still, you have always been very innovative, and you remain innovative. Thank you very much for your lecture.
No, thank you to you. And I want now to skip it, so I have to interrupt, no? Okay.
Thank you, Annamaria, for presenting your research.
Thank you for your patience, because I am a little bit you know, after 750 conference in my life, I still feel embarrassed. It's difficult for me. So thank you for your patience.
Is there any question? Actually, Annamaria, for being honest, I share the same feeling as Moscovici when I was in France, because I was stranger, and they keep treating me as foreigner, although I speak French.
Yeah, I was wondering about Irina.
Well, in the beginning, experience was extremely bad, but I think it was not about France in general, but it was about particular people. And in every nation, there are different people. Also in Ukraine and in all countries, there are different people. But now I started to understand their behavior better, and definitely there are peculiarities. I would not say that there are no peculiarities in France. There are peculiarities regarding language. The French expect everybody to speak French, the whole world to speak French perfectly from the very beginning. And French pronunciation is quite difficult, at least for me. And learning another language at 42 is extremely difficult. But what I should say is that on the governmental level, what I experience now, the conditions for Ukrainians in France are much better, for example, if compared to the conditions in Denmark or in Germany, from stories which I hear. And regarding mentality of French people and German people, I would say that I can somehow adapt to French people, taking into account all that Annamaria mentioned, but I would not be able to adapt to German people because, well, they have different perception of what is the human interaction between people. And personally, I would not be able to adapt to that. And French people, with all their peculiarities, they remain human, much more human, with French wine, French cheese, French culture, French museums. Well, and there is also the shadow side. All nations have that.
I feel so happy to hear you, Irina.
And I have a wonderful French man with me. Your name is Ernesto.
Because, you know, I was quite sad when I met you in France because of the first moment of adaptation in France and when you wanted to move to Switzerland. And, you know, I had no courage to ask you along this period, but you are like one of the symbols of Ukraine, no? Because you are really a person that I know, that I like, that I estimated. And, you know, and the
I think your connection is unstable. Annamaria?
Annamaria, we can't hear you. But I understood that you were supporting Ukrainians. Thank you for that. And your research regarding migration is also very important, and it is important for Ukraine as well. Unfortunately, I would like to mention that it was a very great idea of European Union that they invented and started this status of temporary protection. And Ukrainians are not refugees, but we are under temporary protection. And we have much more rights than refugees. We have right to work, we have medical insurance, we have social support money. And that was, it was my greatest respect to European Union for that. But still, finding work in France is a big challenge, and at present I don't see perspectives for myself, and I'm still very enthusiastic about moving to Switzerland. And as I am under temporary protection of France, we are now preparing additional documents for that. But I hope it will work.
I'm sorry because the time is up and we are going to move to next session. Thank you, Annamaria.
Thanks to all of you.
And I'm inviting Andreai, who is going to present the second session. Please, Andreai.
I'm trying to share. Yeah, I'm trying to share my screen, but I think I'm not able to do. Can you turn me maybe host or presenter? I think maybe you deactivated for all of us.
You share screen, condividi lo schermo.
No, it's not possible for me. I don't have the possibility to share. I think the host must to do some activity there, so you can share.
Risa, can we give Andrea rights of organization of administrator? She's
yes,
not.
I'm going to send her.
For me, appears a message that says that the host deactivated the possibility of share screen of participants.
Because I even closed my presentation from the PowerPoint. So, but there is one participant each for sharing the screen. But this is
That's strange because I have this button of sharing, and why Andrea doesn't have it?
But Irina, when you can click the button.
Andrea, my team is of this meeting.
So I didn't heard it. Well, if it's a problem of my computer, I think you can follow the program, and no problem for me. Maybe you can change after. If the next person could share, of course you can follow.
Okay, Andrea, I'm going to give you time to fix the problem, and I'm going to invite the next presenter.
Okay.
Juni, are you there?
Oh, hi, Dr. Risa, here I am.
Yes, Juni, do you mind to present your paper now? Because Andrea is still fixing the problem.
Oh, okay. Wow,
Okay.
talking about stress then. No pressure.
Well,
Good evening. Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Miss Risa. Good morning for all in the morning time. Good afternoon for all in the afternoon time, and good evening for us in Jakarta. Juni Suharjo. I am from Jakarta, the University of Indonesia. My background is media or journalism, and of course, legal. I'm tasked to give you my presentation. Let me share my paper with you. But thank you very much for asking me to join this conference. I'm very honored to do this. And the administration to mute some of the voices. not in the agenda. Thank you. I'm sorry, host disabled participant screen sharing. Please help me.
Yes.
But then I can start now to help for the time constraint. My paper is titled "With the Queen and Her Global Fans in Social Media During Pandemic Era," an empirical study done by me, Juni Suharjo. The introduction is quite useless actually, because everyone knows that last September 2022, the regnant Queen of United Kingdoms passed away, and suddenly the world erupted into unprecedented tight-knit community-like response. Citizens from countries that are not joining the Commonwealth nations, let alone Commonwealth realms, suddenly putting their hearts in their sleeves and writing in their social media. And it is shown from the broadcasting services or the streaming services that there came from a lot of very various backgrounds, races, and education. All over the world, her death and details of subsequent kingship, state headship, plans of her funeral details, and all protocols that came with it were talked about through mainstream media channels. As I am from the media background, I am concerned because this time the mainstream media hold the commanding position of taking information on their hands. When I'm saying about the mainstream media, of course, I'm talking about the big stations of television and of course the websites and their news websites or portal news. But suddenly I noticed that all of these were mirrored through social media. The conservative journalism, I think, is almost got beaten by new media, the social media. And this might be a very good observation that the popular media of social media is very popular for the younger generations. The objectives of me doing this research was to answer my own question: what kind of factors that garnered her loyal and global fandom? Because the Queen was so old, she already reigned for 70 years and nobody even knows any other head of state of United Kingdoms other than her. She was born before the time of baby boomers, and she led her institution. And suddenly when she passed away, she becomes a social media darling that transcends all differences, all the races, and etc. I think it's a good time for us to study and review the current dynamic of social condition from this particular funeral. Let me check whether I can already share my paper. There you are. Share. Okay, can you see my paper?
Yes, I see.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you for the help. So this is the objectives that I talked about previously, and then I came into method and procedures. I conducted my research through internet-based media method, especially Twitter platform. Because I love Twitter platform, I can answer this in the next few pages. I can inform you that it is reported by Twitter formally that the internet broke with about 30 million tweets about the Queen since her passing up to 20th September. So for your information, my research was conducted for the period between her death on 8th of September until 22nd September 2022. The day of her death announcement was the highest volume of conversation ever since on the microblogging platform. The hashtag of Queen Elizabeth holds over 5.2 billion views on the app. And all this data came from Twitter itself. The next thing is about method and procedures, because I opted this application because it provides rapid updates, very different from Facebook. And interaction is done directly amongst accounts and individuals, regardless their background, regardless their conviction, regardless their race or any other things that make us different from each other. Even I can see that both pro and contra accounts against the monarch and institution, and they even held Twitter war. In Indonesia, it's called tweet war. On the other hand, we can see the mainstream media, in this case, broadcasting through streaming, although internet-based, was not included in my monitoring, as it does not provide interactive media during the event of Queen's death. However, the official social media broadcasting companies who held the Twitter account is used to monitor, as they are part of mainstream media. I still follow them. They also provide to give a general information and data of the following issues about what will happen, what is happening, who says condolences, and things like that. What I learned from this research was the result that Twitter captures Queen Elizabeth's dynamic roles perfectly. From this Twitter application, I can see the Queen-led monarchy institution during her 70 years reign. And the fact was there that she was without higher education. She was homeschooled. She was a woman in a man's world. Can you imagine a woman without a higher education? And she was famous for her shyness or reserved characteristic. And she, during her death, during her father's death, suddenly was thrust into a man's world. She must adjust herself to global politics. She must face people who won the World War. And those are men with power. And you can imagine how intimidating it must be for her. Yet she was able to transform herself from a quiet daughter, from an ordinary wife to an officer, to a reigning queen, to a leader, to a global leader. And at the end of her days, she ends up as a matriarch of her country and even serve as role model to some aspiring women in leadership positions, as we can see from the hashtags and the interaction between the accounts. Second ones from the result that I can capture was that when breaking news of her poor health condition was blasted in broadcasting and Twitter, those in mainstream media started to prepare their followers just as usual from their days of their heydays as the sole information holder. They give information, their anchor, their reporters are all over the place. They give one information that can be verified. And all the accounts with affiliation to royal household talk about what will be implemented so the DILMA is confirmed. On the other hand, and this is very important and getting interesting, is personal accounts with massive following started to alert their followers. And for those proponents to monarchical ruler, in this case, the Queen, suddenly I saw this war between proponents and people who are contradictive to the Queen. The one who was famous for her war was royally blunt. She was of Nigerian descent, and she was still live in Nigeria, and she went against accounts that called the Queen as racist. And this did not stop in the proceeding of state funeral and political issues. They came into other issues other than funerals and political. And there was also an American guy who is known as body language expert. His handle is @me6, who discussed body language. This make this research is interesting. The second one which is very interesting for me is the interactive parts between all the accounts. When the Queen was confirmed to be no more, news was distributed through mainstream media. But then the personal accounts started to retweet and provided link or personal or pictures or photo of anything that are usually not about tradition. It becomes a disclosure of the shrouds of the passing of the monarch. And it came directly to personal memories or encounters with the Queen. All these private accounts in Twitter suddenly upload their photos, their memories with the Queen when they meet her. The interactive parts is still going on strong when they saw other personal accounts attack her. And this I just knew, and to think that I'm a historical buff, that the United Kingdoms or the British as a state has already paid the slavery for almost 155 years. And it means that the people from the recent or the current time also are part of people who paid for the slavery freed in the 1833. This is very interesting for me. I never knew this. In this war against the Queen, we can see one academician from Carnegie Mellon even prayed that the Queen should die a painful death. This tweet then subsequently deleted by Twitter, of course. The third result for me is the hashtags. There was #1 hashtag Q for the Queen that has over 1 million conversations. The hashtag shows the many features of the Q and conversations among the viewers and viewers. An account holders like at its lawyer's life wrote her experience. She, like those in other Twitter handles, also wrote her experience when she queued on how strangers being kind to each other, and not all of them are whites and Christian and Protestant, but they came from other walks of life. Even the immigration people, those who immigrate to United Kingdoms during this wartime, and how those among them, how strangers being kind to each other, and how those kindness grow into a sense of belonging. In the end, those shared experience made them a community. And this experience was reported by journalists, but the journalists of media, not mainstream media. The third one was the result that fandom supporting factors. I think there are a few points. Due to the updates and funeral procedures, microblogging application Twitter becomes a central hub for discussion. People maybe check for verification of time and dates of funeral procedures, but they become a personal interactive communication with other accounts who are into this. The second one is the contents of discussion. Of course, there are emotional, the critical, the internet entertaining, whilst at the same time provide hashtags for easy research and information. Social media on the third ones and utilities are beyond their creator's dream. And it is, I think, is one side of the technology that we might have to learn more. The Queen was able to leave her legacy. Her legacy was not only recorded for perpetuity, her life, her service, her many achievements, of course, her weaknesses, her mistakes, her emotions, her ideas and thoughts were all recorded. But perhaps more importantly, her fandom that grew because of the interactive communications bridges along the differences that divide us in the world. The fourth one is that Queen's funeral proceedings, her own people learn a lot. The fifth is viewing streaming services and reading conversations provide the feeling of belonging and sense of inclusion among strangers. And the last point is that the latest fact-check conference that the viewers of her funeral reaches 4.1 billion people. And this is outside the preceding state processions itself. It's not aggregated yet. Her legacy that eventually becomes the history of the kingdom as well as its value is discussed among younger generation. And at the end of the day, it is passing down from her generation to the younger generation. Therefore, her passing, it advertently becomes a model of representations of values and its transfer that united people from different background, race, belief, and countries. The summary is not that important. For me, the thing is that I found two hidden gems. The first one was that we might see the clash of old media and broadcast business models as well as those of new ones. This might open what will be in store for us in the next decade, as technology is two sides of sword. It can help us and it can counter us. The second hidden gem for me is that how infrastructure of technology is important. Technology that provides broadband that did not crash under the massive clicks to the streaming. So I think that technology information is the primary issue according to I'm sorry, my cats are all leaning. So I think the technology is one of the main issues that we must pay attention, because the infrastructure will support us to conduct our lives. That's it. Thank you for listening. Thank you for having me here. Good night.
Thank you, Juni, for your presentation. It's very interesting. It concerns all of us. For the next presentation, Andrea, are you ready?
Yeah, let's try to share my screen now.
Okay, please. The session is yours. Thank you.
Can you see?
Yes.
Yes, we can see it.
Let me try to do a bigger. Yes, I think now it's better. So, good morning again, everyone. I'm very happy to be with you today. I'm happy that you open the cameras so you can see each other. I think it's better for us to know each other, to see people that we have already encountered. So I will present a part of the bigger research that Annamaria de Rosa already mentioned. So I will present more in depth the Brazilian data, but this research is part of bigger research about migration. And here I will present some data about the speeches of Brazilian presidents about migration. So we analyzed speeches from Dilma Rousseff, Michel Temer, and Bolsonaro about this issue. I am Professor Andreai Isabel Giacomozzi from Federal University of Santa Catarina, Brazil. And I like to show the map of Brazil, because Brazil is a huge country. So I live in south of Brazil. It's an island. The name is Florianópolis, and it's the capital of the state of Santa Catarina. Here you can see an aerial view of the island of Santa Catarina and some pictures so you know my city. So Brazil is a country built around migration, also, as Annamaria said, about Italy, about Canada, but Brazil also. And it's estimated that between the years of 1870 and 1950, more than 4.5 million foreigners arrived in Brazil as immigrants.
Andrea, you are not opening yet your file.
What?
You are not opening yet your file.
No? You can't see my presentation?
Just see the list of your file.
Oh my God, because for me, yes, for me it's okay. Let's see. Let's see now. Can you see now?
Not yet.
Not yet.
I think you need to switch which of your windows is shown on Zoom. This is showing list of files, but that should be switched to show the presentation. Maybe unshare and then share again.
Okay.
And is the presentation open on your computer?
No, I'm open now.
Yes, that is.
Open before.
Yes, now we
And-
see it.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. So sorry. I will show.
It happens to everyone.
Okay, and I thought that you are seeing, and I showed you the map of Brazil here and my city and the aerial view of my city, and now can you see now?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. So let's continue here. So also in 10 years, the increase in the number of Brazilians leaving the country was 36%. So Brazil it's receiving lots of new immigrants, but lots of Brazilians go to other countries also. And in these last 10 years, more than 1 million were registered in the country, mainly from Venezuela, Paraguay, Bolivia, and Haiti. And also in 10 years, the increase in the number of Brazilians in the country is 36%. Among the 5 countries which the most Brazilians are today, it's United States, Portugal, Paraguay, United Kingdom, and Japan. So the point of view expressed by political leaders is so important about several teams. Because it can shape representational system to create social realities that meet their interest on their worldview. So we know that political leaders can influence social representations and also behaviors of population. So here we have some photos about the 3 presidents that I will analyze the speech in this work. So it's important also to say that our political situation in Brazil today is very polarized. We have a country divided right now. We are in the middle of the second turn of the presidential election. So we are divided more or less like these colors in the map. Here you can see how Brazilians voted in 2018 presidential elections. So on green, you can see those who voted more from Bolsonaro, and on red, those who voted more from Fernando Haddad from PT, and we have almost the same situation right now. So we are living a very strong political polarization in our country right now. So it's also important to say that in recent years, there has been a change in the political group in power in Brazil. The country has been ruled for 13 years by the Workers' Party, PT, or Lula's party. And in 2018 elections, a right-wing party established in power with Bolsonaro. So the alternation of power implies that new social representations of history achieve political and institutional legitimacy, which generates a redefinition of the hierarchy of power between groups. So here in this image, you can see Brazilians watching the Dilma's ROUSSEFF impeachment voting. That was a very big situation in Brazil. And you can see those who are sad because of the impeachment, and those on yellow and green who are happy. And yellow and green are the colors of our country. So we analyzed the political speech on immigration, officially made, as well as posts on social networks by the 3 presidents that the country had during this period. So the objective was to discover how the discourse of recent Brazilian presidents on immigration has changed over the years, in which there was an alternation of political parties in the country, and we have this great political polarization. So we analyzed 13 speeches from Dilma Rousseff, 20 from Michel Temer, and 16 from Jair Bolsonaro, a total of 49 speeches. So Dilma Rousseff was the first woman that became president of the Republic of Brazil, and 2011 was her first term. And in 2014, she was elected again with 51% of the votes. And in May 2016, we had her impeachments. So she was succeeded by her vice president, Michel Temer, in August of 2016. Michel Temer took off the government in 2016. It's important to say that Dilma Rousseff is from PT, a workers' party, so she is from a right-wing party, and Michel Temer is a center-wing party. And he launched the new Brazilian law of migration in 2017, which is a law considered more welcome to immigrants, with focus on human rights. And now we have Jair Bolsonaro, took over the government on January 2019. He is a right-wing president, and he since 1991 he was a retired captain of the federal government, and he was a deputy elect with promise of liberal reforms in the economy, conservative speech, and against the PT and against the system itself. So the results, the analysis we did with Iramutex software, and we have this cluster, 6 clusters with all these speeds. So we have the class 4 that is related with Bolsonaro's speech in 2019, mostly of them on Twitter. So the excerpts involve speech about immigrants into our homes as a kind of invasion, and it is associated with the words who, be, and will, to question who are these people who will enter in Brazil. And the class 1 is related with Dilma's and Temer's speeches. The word relationship addresses Brazilian relation with other countries in terms of friendship and investments for the scale of mutual growth. And the word want marks the desire to maintain cooperation and immigration as some positive thing. The class 6 was associated with official speech by President Dilma Rousseff. The word came points out to origin of immigrant people and compares how the Brazilians' reality changed according to the time, but even so, the country will receive immigrants who need it. The class 5 was composed of speeches that address immigrants and refugees seeking shelter in Brazil, mainly Venezuelans, and how this is an important topic today, especially with regards to human rights and the continuity of plans to receive these people who have their rights violated. And finally, the class 3 includes the speeches that point to the humanitarian crisis experienced by many countries, especially Venezuela, and the position of providing resources to Brazilian states for welcome these immigrants. So here I have an example, a little example of a speech of Dilma Rousseff. She talks, dear friends, I draw your attention to the drama of women in the conflict zones and those of who are in the seas. So receiving them is imperative. It's also to build a country of peace, tolerance, and justice, open its arms. Let me see here if I, yeah. She told that in 2015. An example of a speech of Michel Temer. In South America, you know, we are in the middle of a migratory wave. It is estimated that, I can't see here the number, Venezuelans have already left their country in search of new living conditions. Brazil has received all those who arrived in our territory, and there are tens of thousands to whom we try to give all the assistance. With the collaboration of the High Commissioner, we built shelters for refugees to help them in the best possible way. We have also promoted, ladies and gentlemen, their internationalization to other regions of the country. We issued documents that enable them to work in the country. We offer schools for children, vaccination for health and health services for all. But we know that the solution for this will come when, in fact, Venezuela rediscovered the path of development. In Brazil, we are proud of our tradition of welcoming. We are a people forged in the diversity. There is a piece of the world in every Brazilian. And I have a little example of a speech of Bolsonaro here. We agree with the proposal about the wall from Trump. The majority of immigrants have no good intentions, nor do they want the best or do good to the American people. To have open borders, in my view, it's an absolutely bad view. It's not a good decision. So here I have the continued, but I will for this part. So we noticed strongly polarized speech on immigration on this presidential speech, marking a field of controversial social representations, citing MOSCOVICI'S research. Such speeches are usually based on opposing political views, where a right-wing political leader like Bolsonaro have shown to be more resistant to immigration, while a left-wing DILMA and a center leader, Michel Temer, have an open and welcoming speech regarding immigrants and migration. So the dichotomous views of political leaders can contribute to influencing the controversial social representations of Brazilians about the subject. So here my reference. I thank you for listening.
Thank you. Thank you, Andrea. We are going to invite the next presenter, Aleksandar. Aleksandar.
Yes, okay.
Okay, please.
Please let me permission for screen sharing.
Please do.
Okay. Hi everyone. I have honor to be part of this seminar, second time in my life, and say thanks to organizers who gather us on same place. This time I will introduce my new empirical research about corona situation in the early beginning outbreak of coronavirus pandemic. Key words that we want to use in this presentation is fear and distrust in our country on the early beginning of pandemic situation. The pandemic has led to reshaping of all segments of life. We can make one difference on individual and collective level. On individual level, we have changing and reshaping everyday routines, style of living, and other conditions. in individual life, and on collective level we have changing in many relations in societies, and establish.
I'm sorry, Aleksandar, do you share your presentation? Because I don't see it. I guess other participants also.
Oh, sorry. Is it now on the screen?
Not yet.
Now?
No.
Probably as Andrea, you need to open it first on your computer.
Okay. Yes, I did it.
And then choose this window in sharing.
I haven't any success in that.
Maybe stop sharing and then start sharing again.
Okay, I will try to quit presentation.
Maybe you should press start video to see your face first and then your presentation.
Okay. Apparently, I have a problem. Okay, I will speak without presentation. At this moment, I know how to use it. Okay, on individual level, we have reshaping everyday routines, and on collective level, we have a situation that many relations between groups are considered, and a new social order on it. Measures of different states to prevent the coronavirus spreading and to protect public health significantly affected on understanding of social and cultural norms, after causing their modification and rejection. We are witnesses of creation of new social order without any clear expectations how it might looks like in the future. Our theoretical framework was based on a theories of reflexive modernization. One of them and very important for our research is Ulrich Beck. In his attitudes, he pointed that many changes has started in modern industrial societies, and many processes have changed the nature of modern society. That's the processes of globalization, individualization, decline of traditional routines, revolution in gender relations, unemployment, and finally, and more important, it is global risk. Today's world is global risk society. In this, in his books, he pointed typology of global threats. First, environment risk and technological dangers. On second place, risk connected with poverty, like using dirty technologies and etc. And on the third place, threats of nuclear, biological, and chemical weapons, who can be available to many terrorists and fundamentalists and other groups. In the world full of risk and threats, individuals have to be extremely careful, have to reconsider their directions and coordinate their actions. Guidance is quite different, but on the other side, he believes that globalization is a consequence of spreading of modernity. Modernity is quite opposite of tradition. Social practices are constantly re-examined and changed in accordance with new scientific knowledge. In a modern age, he reflected three different aspects and pointed out. First, the speed of change is occurring in all areas of social life. Secondly, the scope in which these changes take place in the whole globalized world. And third, the rise of modern institutions that were completely unknown in previous areas, like national state and like World Health Organizations dealt with pandemic situations. Now you can see one table we produced especially for this time, and in these tables we divided many changes, possible changes in various social areas caused by pandemic situation. One part is changes in society, global society, and other parts of its. Second is changes in politics. Third, changes in economy, and finally changes in culture areas. For this time, we can use only three states: change of habits and lifestyle. From first package of our table, changes in politics, loss of trust in institutions, state institutions, and functioning healthcare system. And on culture subsystem, we use change of customs and behavior patterns. Objectives was identify changes in everyday life of citizens in Bosnia and Herzegovina, and trust in public institutions which were making and implementing political decisions, as well as institutions dealing with the public health protections. Research was carried out from 27 April 2020 to 5th May same year. On the first wave of coronavirus pandemic, and 1 month and a half after declaring a state of emergency, and 2 months following the first cases in Bosnia and Herzegovina. Research was carried out by online questionnaire by using Google Form platform and a snowball sampling technique. Sample included were not represented, but included 1,146 respondents, citizens from 40 municipalities in states. I don't want to speak about characteristics of sample. Only main characteristics. Almost 70% respondents are females. 55% of respondents have university degree. 30% of respondents are in age group up to 25 years, and 65% are middle-aged. 71% are from urban areas. And finally, I want to speak about results. What about fear about pandemic? Fear caused by the pandemic outbreak branches into different directions. One is fear of respondents for their own health and for their family members, and second is fear about pandemic consequences. And unfortunately, you can't see some figure about whole situation, but I will try to describe what will happen. We have one attitude. The pandemic is the biggest ever that the mankind has faced in the last 100 years. In average, 42% of respondents agree with this attitude, and we have three different variables who have impact on respondents answers. This is gender, age, and place of residence. Especially older respondents over 56 years old have a fear about pandemic, and percent grow up almost 60% of feared people. Second figure and second attitude is next. When it comes to the pandemic, the humankind will to see the worst of it. In average, 47% of respondents agree with this attitude, and we have two variables who have impact on this attitude, place of residence, and level of education. Low educated people are more feared than high educated people, and people in rural areas, in areas far from cities. And now we can see here, as a reaction of pandemic situation, how it is reflected on the strengthening on ties with primary groups. I will say only a few states. The family members started spending more time together doing joint activities. In over 80% families took more care of each other. 75% of families, many families and household divided everyday activities, cleaning, tidying, looking after children, and other activities, similar activities, in 57% of families, and become more tolerant to each other in maybe 1% lower, 56% of families. But on other side, smaller number of families experienced with disruption of family relations. Every fourth respondent confirmed that the members of the family found each other tiring and could hardly wait for the situation to get stabilized, or say we don't pay much attention to each other, or say each of us is dealing with his own things, or say we are practically at the age of our nerves. In terms of consequences with pandemic situation, we have interesting conclusions. Many respondents, in fact, most of respondents, 66% of respondents, put in the first place economic consequences of pandemic situations. Only 8% of respondents put on the first place public health, mental and panic disorder due to fear, possibility of death of family members, etc. It is clear that in poor societies like Bosnian one, the material fear supersedes all other fears, including the fear for physical and mental health. And finally, distrust in institutions. We can say that reaction to pandemic situation in wider community sense disrupted social political relations. In low democratic standards, economic backwardness, disorder, healthcare systems are just some of the reasons for the growing distrust in the social institutions and institutions who will be responsible for healthcare and preventing of spreading pandemic to all over the country. Countries with a high level of democracy react much better to any challenge, such as a global pandemic goes with the authoritarian socio-political systems. And finally, figure 4, next attitude, long-term isolation, being indoors and under stress are more dangerous for health than virus infection. Most of respondents agree with this attitude. 66% of respondents agree, and we have three variables who impact on these attitudes: gender, age, and place of residence. Thank you for hearing, and I'm finished my presentation. And sorry for inconvenience on my presentation, my share screen.
Thank you. I would like to invite some questions or comments for this 3 presentation from Juni on media, the change in media habit, and Andreai on immigration, social representation of immigration in Brazil, and on pandemic presented by Aleksandar. Is there any question? Irina or Annamaria, perhaps, because last year she published a joint article on the pandemic issue. Annamaria, are you still there?
I believe that you have deactivated the video because of sometimes the low connection. Yeah, it was quite difficult to follow the last presentation. Indeed, I have a curiosity, but also a feedback for the presentation related to Queen from Indonesia, no? The Queen Elizabeth, because finally the scholars understand the role of the different media in building representation. And in particular, I would like to stress that when we use a different method, the method itself, it is never neutral, because we built our data using a methodology or another. No, there is a constructive role of the technique that we use. And that's why one of the interesting things in the multi-method is not only to sum up the method, but to make hypotheses about the role that each method, depending on the projective or let's say more structured way to construct the data, which is the role of the method in the expected result. And now coming to the new media, and in particular to the interesting presentation from the colleague from Indonesia, I really was thinking about the interest also in studying the role of the new media in building not only social representation, but collective memory. Because of the timing no, that is specific of social media compared to traditional media. No, imagine when we had to read the newspaper, only never online but only printed. No, and still most of the research, by the influence of the classical opera prima of Moscovici, that of course was written in the 50s and published in the 61. Most of the research are still looking at a newspaper as one of the main sources of social representation. And I remember when I started to look at the new media, it was at the very beginning, and indeed, one of my studies was to redone all the research done by Moscovici on la psychanalyse en images en public, using not only printed newspaper, but also the new media. And this was in 2011, when there was a sort of celebration of the 50 years of publication of the book of Moscovici. And so my consideration is about this very interesting event that has been globalized, no? Showing the national identity proudness through the sort of global personage that was the Queen. I found myself a sort of a combination in the UK of tradition and openness, you know, so different from the imperial style, for example, from Russian to the tradition that is always impressed me also when I lived in the UK. You know? And so I really this social representation, but also to study in which way the different
Annamaria, are you still there? We are losing connection with you.
I think her connection failed.
Yes, but she said already at the beginning that her connection is unstable. So, is there any other comment from other participants or question? Irina?
Also, a very short comment, and I see that Diana Vukamanovic also wants to say something.
Yes,
I would like to acknowledge this first part of presentations, which combined, in my view, three most important topics, which our world, which is Bunny world, is facing now. It is definitely COVID pandemic, and it is immigration due to different reasons. And all the world followed the news about the death of the queen, who is a legend queen. And so I'm very impressed with this combination, with this involvement of researchers who reflected the most important events in the world. And maybe Diana Vukamanovic has some question.
I just wanted to thank Andreai Giacomozzi for her excellent presentation of how politicians are misusing immigrant or refugee issue for their own incentives. So it was a clear division between three presidential candidates, if I may say so, because politicians are always interested in their public opinion position and also to be re-elected. But also, I mean, I appreciate a lot that Andreai was using software to analyze concretely their vocabulary, keywords that are used, and they are separated into different clusters. So I think that it is really important to analyze scientifically political narratives, and her paper that will be published is really a great achievement in that sense. Maybe just any comment according to her opinion, what was the best strategy for these three persons that he mentioned concerning the refugee issue, concerning the immigration, for their political aims? Maybe just short comment. How they survived after this big issue.
Thank you a lot, Jana. And well, I think we can see the political polarization that we have now in Brazil. We can see in this presidential speech. So I think that it's very important to consider the leader's speech when you are trying to understand what are happening in a country or in a context divided like is Brazil right now. So I think it consider that the importance of the influence of this speech in the behavior, in the thinking of the groups, social groups, it's very important. Well, we are living now in a country very polarized, so many issues are polarized right now. So immigration, it's one of them. And I don't know if I have an answer for your question, because we have so many arguments about immigration now in Brazil, and what our current president talks about influence a lot the xenophobia of the population. So I think it's very important to have law, this new immigration law that we have in Brazil. It's very good. It's a very good law, but it's not enough if you have a president that talks very badly about those people that came to our country. So we have to have laws, good laws, but we have to have a president that respects the law also. So for me, it's difficult to talk right now about the situation because we are in elections period, and it's not safe. I think it's not safe to me to talk a lot about this subject I am afraid of. So it's sad to say that, but I don't feel comfortable to talk about politicians right now in our situation. But I appreciate a lot that you like it, the research.
Thank you. I'm so sorry. I was not aware that it is a so sensitive time. So, but I appreciate a lot your work that you already have done. Thanks.
Is there any other question or comments?
I would like only to add to Andrea's words that at present we need to be very conscious about security, even on our seminar. Please keep in mind that this recording will be on YouTube channel and it will be public. And everybody who follows Facebook knows that I use it very intensively, but a few days ago I had to deactivate my account for some time for safety reasons for another person. If I didn't deactivate my account, that person could have whatever consequences, even the worst. So we should be very careful with information we distribute and think about our own safety and safety of other people. Thank you.
Thank you, Irina. I think we are already almost 20 minutes ahead, more than the time we reserve for this session. Can we move on to the next session? Yes, sir. I would like to announce there is a little change for the next session because David, the fourth presenter, he got a small accident this morning and he asked if he could be moved to the last session. And for that, then I asked to Natalia to replace the place of David. So the next session will be presented by Natalia. Natalia?
Yes, I'm here. Thank you, Rosa, for your presentation. I will start first to share my presentation.
Yes, please.
And it's a message here, host disabled participants screen sharing. So I'll try once again. Okay, should work now. Okay, can you see my presentation and hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much. It's a real pleasure to see you once again, even it is still in online format. But hope we'll can have a possibility to meet each other in face-to-face interaction. And I would like also to thank you, Rosa, Andreia, and Irina for organizing this seminar. My presentation will be about sensitive object of representation. Representations comparing to our presentations, it's more theoretical, but I will hope it will be not boring for you. We'd like to speak some theoretical and methodological aspects related to the study of this kind of social objects that are called sensitive objects of representations. And more specifically, I will try to outline some aspects regarding to how to access to the unspoken part of the representation and how the use of qualitative methodologies and that can allow us to make particular conditions of interaction and a more reflective position from the researcher can allow this access to the unspoken part of the representation. When we speak about the social object, in the social representation studies, we know that starting to study a social representation, we must, first of all, to emphasize if we can speak about a social object as an object of social representation. And from this point of view, there are some conditions that we should take into account when we speak about the social object as a social object of representation. But speaking about sensitive objects of representation, if they have
or they can be approached as an object of representation, they have an ambiguous content due to the presence of certain hidden areas. So sensitive objects results from the conflictual intergroup dynamic and are not openly discussed within intergroup frame, are not usually openly discussed because people speaking about such kind of objects try to self-censor their discourse and this phenomenon can remain relatively absent in the attempt to research your representations. So the problem faced by researchers in this case can be, can you speak about social representation or not in this case? Speaking about and approaching in a more approaching this this kind of social objects, because it is my one of my research interest in the last years. So speaking about sensitive objects of representations, we should take into account at least three questions. How social phenomena as an object of representations can become sensitive. The second, what are the specific conditions, social, ideological, historical, that make them like this in the collective imaginary, and how they manifest both in an intergroup context and within research, more particularly within research situations. A social phenomena can become an object of representations. This is an object of social knowledge derived from direct or indirect experience of a group, and this object have profound social implications. The appearance of an object of representations generates public debates that can be contradictory and that can lead to potential conflicts and social imbalances. This is a short introduction. I will not going to speak about all conditions, but more specifically, I would like to outline the content of a social object of representations. As researchers outline, the object of representations contain certain zones of tension. It is specifically zones of conflictual content, and the identification of these tensions allow researcher for a better understanding of the context in which the meanings, practices, and experience related to the objects were or are still elaborated. Meanings can be consensual or polarized. Meanings are expressed in relation to the others, and meanings are the expression of historical, social, cultural context. And an object of representation can become a sensitive object. It depends on the way it is approached in the academic environment. It depends on the way it is communicated in the society or within the specific social groups. And of course, it depends on the dynamic of intergroup relations. Sensitive objects, trying to make some definition or some points that characterize the sensitive objects, are objects with a strong identity and symbolic stake. They are based on intergroup antagonism and are perceived as significant for one group and threatening for other groups. And they have areas of tensions, contradictions, many controversial and counter-normative aspects in their representational content. How specifically object of representation can become sensitive? I outlined I outlined some conditions, some social, ideological, and historical conditions regarding to this aspect. And first of all is how the social opinions or beliefs related to the social objects are legitimized or not by some institutions with social authority, religious, political, academic, or scientific institutions, and how these objects are approached, taking into consideration normative and counter-normative social behavior, social aspects that guide social behavior, and even if they are approved or non-approved, and of course the nature of intergroup relations. So if this opinion and beliefs relate and social practices, of course, related to the social objects are legitimized by social institutions, they become socially acceptable. So in this case, people do not have restrictions in expressing them openly. If not, they can become silent, especially when there are some risks or some social sanctions. And if it's this situation, people usually mask their opinion in public sphere or do not openly discussed, at least in the public spheres. Once certain beliefs acquire a level of legitimacy, these masking strategies that subjects usually use are not longer necessary. So here are some examples, some empirical examples derived from some studies that illustrate what I am telling now. It's a study of Vala about how anti-racist normative pressure after the Second World War determined the transformation in the social representation of racism. The study of Liu and his colleagues about how some alternative visions of history are blocked by the state control, and this would not allow the possibility to circulate this alternative vision, and the emergence of polemical social representation also can be illustrative in this case. So sensitive objects also can be determined by some historical events, for example, shameful historical events or some past controversies that have not been resolved till the present. And they are not directly related to the present experience of the group, but knowledge and social practices, but they are related to the in-group past. And studies show that specifically about collective guilt, that negative, this attitude about negative actions from the in-group past is experienced more intensively by later generations than by those who were directly involved in these actions. So taking into considerations these aspects, sometimes it is difficult to capture the content, the real content of the social representation. Over time, the discourses related to the sensitive objects can turn into some taboo issues because people perceive their incapacity to interact with others in public debates regarding these sensitive issues. And this also can be followed by a prolonged period of inability to develop social consensus. So sensitive objects can go into a register of silent topics which are not discussed, at least not in public sphere. So being self-censored in various social interactions, and also in research interactions, they could remain absent in an attempt to analyze them because they are characterized by some contradictory discourses and difficulties in identifying the concrete structure of social representations, speaking about structural theory in this sense. And it is difficult to identify which elements, cognitive elements, can be treated as peripheral or central. And as I also mentioned this earlier, it is difficult to answer to this question: is a representation in this case or not? So I outlined two types of sensitive objects. First is the objects of representations that becomes sensitive even from the incipient phase in the representation formation due to its extremely sensitive character. And so it remains a poorly defined object at the representational level. And the second, the object of representation becomes sensitive over time after repeatedly being confronted with a contested representation from the other. Therefore, it is difficult for the first to be represented in the collective mind, and for the second to be represented in an intergroup context. Although contradictory meanings can coexist in the content of a social representation, we would like to add that these meanings coexist without excluding each other, as long as they are not expressed in an intergroup frame marked by polemical discourses. The discourse is limited usually to in-group settings where it can be openly expressed without causing tensions with the other. Outside this contest discourse and implicitly the potential conflict lie dormant, unvoiced, and non-externalized. In the case of social sensitive objects, to recognize a discourse of one group implicitly its social representation means to deny that of the another group. They are not complementary but conflictually opposed to each other, and the opposition of the discourses related to sensitive objects and the difficulties in addressing them electrifies social interactions, and the communications is often restricted only to that of in-group frame. Sensitive objects are objects that fall into the gap with a less satisfactory reality, take the form usually of polemical social representations for various social actors, and generates conflict situations derived from this contradictory and controversial content, and place social groups, but sometimes also academic ones, in apparently irreconcilable opposition. And in conclusion, some conclusions, research of sensitive objects of representations raises several questions that researchers beginning to study such topic should try to answer. First of all, why certain elements from the content of social representations are not expressed by the people, and why they do not appear in the data collected from them. The second, what are the factors that influence the subject's discursive production, and how could we access to this unspoken part of social representation? And what are those psychosocial conditions of interactions, of research interactions that will favor the emergence of more open discourse of the subjects? And in relation to the sensitive objects, the subjects usually produce a normative discourse under usually conditions of interactions. But when we organize special conditions where discourse can be more open from this point of view. That means that we should permanent to redesign our research methodology, research design, and to readjust our methods in order to allow this to the unspoken part of the representation. And I think the use of the qualitative methodologies in this way can create such particular conditions that and the more reflective position about one's own role in the production of the subject discourse can allow the researcher to access to this hidden area or conflicting zone of from the content of social representations. And that's all. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Natalia. And I think next presentation should be mine.
Yes, please, Irina.
According to the
program. So I should stop.
Yes, please.
I'm connected through smartphone, so there will be no presentation, but I will offer you to try one of the art development techniques, and while I will start talking about what this technique is about and what for I elaborated it, I would like you to ask to prepare a sheet of paper and something to draw, maybe a pen, a pencil, or maybe you have something colorful. While you are preparing your materials, I will start talking. Integration of migrants into accepting communities is one of the most important issues in citizenship education. Highly qualified migrants tend to experience a range of psychological challenges due to professional downshifting and necessity to acquire new skills very quickly. Difficulties in finding a job corresponding to the level of qualifications can lead to depressive states of different degrees. Annamaria has already mentioned in her lecture in the beginning that these depressive states can be really very, very deep and can lead to inevitable consequences. Those highly qualified migrants who were forced to change place of living due to war risks can also experience temporary decrease of cognitive abilities and emotional disadaptation and other issues which are connected to post-traumatic stress disorder. Groups of psychological support can prevent deep depressive states and enhance emotional adaptation. As a consequence, highly qualified migrants are able to contribute much more effectively to accepting communities by realizing their skills to the full. In order to contribute into psychological support of Ukrainian highly qualified migrants, non-governmental organization Center for Personal and Social Transformations, which was registered in Ukraine in 2020 and which I lead, launched an online project, World Roads, with online meetings every Sunday. Art development sessions last for 2 hours, up to 2 hours, sometimes they are a bit shorter, and consist of drawing algorithms and modeling a solution of request, which is usually a resource or goal, with baking foil, colored plasticine, or modeling clay. In general, art development sessions help migrants to containerize intense emotions and find solutions to problems in complicated life situations. Participants of art development sessions come through art development transformations. Art development techniques elaborated by me mostly concern resources and identity. Annamaria also mentioned identity in her lecture, and I would like also to say that these challenges of identity of who am I question is can be very traumatic for migrants. So they can have depressive states not only because of this post-traumatic stress disorder, but also because of problems with adaptation and identity, destabilized identity. I would not like to go deeper into clinical psychology, but it is often, and it is largely about identity. And as a consequence of art development sessions, the solution of a request comes out from subconscious as an insight. Art development techniques through awareness of feelings, emotions, states help adult people to see changes from the point of opening perspectives for development. And now I would like to offer you to try art development technique, wish hand. This technique is very simple, and you can do it even if you want to find some solution in a situation not that much dramatic as migration, because I say that it can be useful because all of us now live in the world which is very fragile and quite unpredictable, and the level of uncertainty is very high, and making decisions only rationally can be misleading, and it can be very useful to go to subconscious and seek a possible solution there. It doesn't exclude rational decision making, absolutely not, but it is rather supplementary. So now, wish hand is an art development technique which suits for adults who experience crisis of identity or middle-age crisis, which is also about identity. Such crises are especially sharp among highly qualified migrants. Now I would like to ask you to ask yourself questions, such existential questions like what kind of life do you want to live? Do you really want to live? And what do you want to hold in your hands in such life which you want to live? And probably while you are thinking over these quite deep existential questions, you can already start looking for solution inside you, and trace your hand on a sheet of paper situated vertically. So it can be like this. Trace the shape of your hand. Just draw it like this. It shouldn't be perfect. It can be like it will be, and then you will be able to make it more nice for you. Yes, great, Andrea. Thank you for sharing. And now please take, if you have something colorful, it would be great. But if you don't have anything colorful, you can add colors later. And now please add simple geometric forms like circle, oval, square, triangle, and also you can add lines. And consider that every geometric form bears meaning of what you want to hold in hands in life which you want to live. As I have already mentioned, it is preferable to use colored pencils, but you can use whatever you have. If you are willing to draw a geometric form without understanding what meaning it can contain, it is possible. Please draw it. Understanding of the meaning can come later. You can also write meanings of geometric forms on the drawing, or you can write this meaning somewhere else. And while you are drawing, I would also like to mention that personally, I prefer to use colored pencils, and it is also very important how soft they are. Because when you use colored pencils, you need to make movements which are very similar. And you hear the sound of these movements, and it helps you, together with color, which you use, it helps you to go deeper into your subconscious. Color is very important on this stage. With this technique, it is very difficult to harm yourself. It is quite safe in psychological sense. It is also possible definitely to use markers and something else which has color, but every material has its effect on your psyche. And while analyzing drawings, it is important to pay attention on personal meanings of colors. And I think that those who play this game now has already drawn something, but sometimes participants of these online meetings, migrants, they say that after they draw a hand and filled in with geometric forms, they don't like it. And in such cases, I offer them to draw another hand the way they like it. So I would appreciate a lot if somebody of you would share, but please keep in mind that this video recording will be in public. So don't share everything too personal. These online meetings, I take screenshots, and participants send me their drawings, and I put them in the Facebook group of the Center for Personal and Social Transformations. But I keep confidential the author of each drawing. We don't show who is the author of each drawing, and we never make a video recording, because issues which people talk about during these online meetings can be very personal, and I prefer to keep it confidential and to follow to the safety reasons also, not to harm anybody with this material getting public. So would anybody like to share something, maybe impressions, maybe anything?
I appreciate a lot to do it, but I prefer not share my. But I can show you. I can show you. I think you put some colors later because I don't have any here. I like it a lot to do this activity. And thank you so much.
Thank you, Andrea. I'm glad that you enjoyed it. Now it was very short, and during online meetings, I make the entrance to the practice, and I usually started with this well-known exercise of. I'm not sure how it is in English. Maybe Katerina knows of this butterfly breathing. And it is like hug of butterfly. It is very well-known exercise from the USA, I guess. Why I do it is that doing these simple breathing exercises, people calm down, and further on we go into different techniques. I have several techniques, not only this, and also it is very recommended to do such simple breathing exercises regularly, because when you no one is absolutely safe now. Everybody can get into situation when the level of uncertainty is too high and everyone can panic. And to be able to help yourself, you will recall this simple exercise only when you practice it regularly. And for migrants, these intense emotions is a very big problem. I can feel it also by myself, and because our basic level of safety is not satisfied. We can't be sure we have where to live the next several months, because we don't usually own real estate where we went. And for me, it is a very difficult situation, because the whole of my life I owned apartments in which I lived, and now I live somewhere. Even if I rent, it is not mine, and it is very difficult. And every situation when something goes not as I planned can destabilize me. And it is not only about me, it is about many migrants. This feeling of being stabilized is very fragile, and destabilize migrants is very easy. That is why I offer these very simple techniques, and I offer to do these breathing exercises regularly for migrants. Maybe anybody else would like to share? Okay, nobody wants to share in public.
I can share the topic. Yeah, I can share, but I sent to Risa. I sent to Risa, but I can share to Irina. I don't know why.
Rustica.
Yes.
Oh, I can see that Diana is showing her drawing.
Yeah.
But I made mistake. Instead of inside the hand, I was putting those objects outside the hand. So it must be some psychological explanation.
It is not a mistake. You preferred to fill in the world around you, because the hand is an image which is about your identity. And when you feel a bit emotionally destabilized, the first thing which is important to do is return to body, to feel shape of the body, and to breathe and to orient in the space. And in your case, you can add inside also what you wish. Rustika, and what was your impression?
I don't know. I just send the image to Risa.
Okay.
Marisa, would you mind to send my picture because I can't? Huh? I don't know.
Do you want me to?
In the chat, in the chat
Do you
room.
want me to share it with everybody?
Yeah, it's okay. It's okay.
Okay.
I love this. I love this game.
I just don't know how to share it with everybody. I already downloaded the picture.
Yeah.
How
Okay.
I put it to everyone, so everyone can see your picture.
Maybe yeah. Maybe I can share right now.
Please.
Yeah.
Please do.
Yes. She Irina. Still. Yep.
Irina, are you able to see your picture?
Yeah. Still working. Yeah. Still working.
I can't see it.
Why not putting the picture on your screen, Rustika?
You can just do it.
Yes. No.
Probably because Rustika has special effects, we can't see it.
Yeah, but she put on the chat. Maybe if you see on the chat, she put a photo.
Okay. Send the picture to everyone, please.
Yeah. Yes. Sure. I sent in the chat room.
She already sent by chat.
In the chat room.
Oh, unfortunately, I can't see it, but maybe you can say what were your impressions. Did you feel something? Did it help you to realize something? These simple geometric figures?
Like, what is the name of like S letter, something like that, around my finger, and I put the color of orange from the stabilo boss to the all this inside is something. I feel like relaxed, and I feel like release my stress, something like that.
No, thank you. I'm so glad that it worked for you.
Yes.
Thank you for sharing. And now I would like to invite the next presentation by Katerina Bondar.
Thanks for your presentation, Irina. So good, resilient technique that I saw many times in social media, also with our group, that I well known as a personal, a lot of these people. So just my thesis will be more theoretical, I think, but just a second. I need to share. Just a little bit. I wasn't prepared so quickly. Okay. I need a little bit more time, sorry. I decided that I can show my online presentation, but I need to...
We can see.
You can see?
Yes, I can see your screen.
Oh, finally. Oh, just Just a second. Okay. I prepare a really big presentation, but I just want to highlight it, the most important key point questions. I'm also a professor from Ukraine, but now I worked in Germany, and our research about digital transformation of training in higher education based on data-driven decision-making in our case. And I want to tell about some background that we have now in Ukraine. I know that you watch news, but still we need to highlight our situation in our higher education system. So first of all, during the military invasion from Russia, the number of big universities in Kyiv, Kharkiv, Mariupol, Mykolaiv were shelled or destroyed. In the picture, you see Mykolaiv University that was destroyed in August. And in the same time, just 8%, 7.65% of students answered in a big research in Ukraine that those university was temporarily displaced. So universities, all universities in Ukraine still works in the same place that it was before. And it was big research that I want to highlight it. It was 12,000 students that took part in their focus groups. And they answered many questions about higher education. In the same times, 5 days ago, press breaking and our Minister of Education highlighted that we have a big percent of students this year. It's more it's more that it was 10 years ago. So the students prefer staying in Ukraine and studying in Ukraine. It's also now very important for all universities in Ukraine have a good level of education, because a lot of expectations from students like stakeholders. And accordingly, one of priorities in the conditions of hostilities is to preserve the quality of higher education in Ukraine. As I said, the research by Frederick Naumann Foundation for Freedom was about a level of education from April to August in our universities. And I need to highlight that 95% of students are aimed at obtaining higher education, and just 5% of students affirmatively answered that education is meaningless. So this indicates the priority of quality of education for students. And also in a big data decision making, we need to analyze their dropout, just reasons why students don't like a system of higher education, those curricular syllabuses, and etc. And you see the report by colleagues about big education and data. It's an academics problem, motivational problem, psychological problem, and financial problems. So a university should analyze this data, because it's like most important thing that we need to analyze our level of education, conditions, and etc. And I also want to highlight it, how learned Ukrainian students. 73% study in online format, and synchronous learning, it's a 55% of students. So just they use Zoom like we now, and they just work in their lections and also colloquiums without any asynchronous learning. 18% use asynchronous learning, and a hybrid online format uses 23% of students, and just 3% haven't any format of learning. It was in April and May when we ended the year, academic year. And this creates a request for crisis management and decision making based on analysis of the quality of online teaching in wartime. And everything indicates that it is especially important for studies to receive quality of education as a condition for their stable future on the one hand. On the other hand, for the teachers, there is a need for flexible transformation of teaching. To access this quality of online teaching in wartime, it's especially important to develop tools that are sensitive to feedback. And at the same time, we should convene, there is a large, okay, I can see my text. I cannot see my text. For proceeding large amounts of feedback data, and we need some new testing for our educational system. And also, I want to share the result, how many students doesn't want to leave higher education. That was in last year, 25% of students have a lot of doubts that they choose wrong profession. 7% students they answered that they change the profession in the first opportunity and specialization. And 10% of students highlighted that just they choose this profession because they have a lot of pressure from those parents. So it's a dropout of our educational motivation and about motivation of students, and we need to analyze also this data. And in our research, we have a key point question. First key point question is the sensitive multiple type of testing methods to the crisis situations that are valid, reliable, and fair for assessing the quality of teaching in order to improve data-driven decision-making and ethics. And the second research question is, what are the ways of anti-crisis digital transformation of teaching at the university in the condition of military operations based on decision-making and based on survey data? Okay, our project kickoff, our problem statement also. We have National Agency for Higher Education that provides recommendation on the views on the current state of testing as a quality of higher education and typical questionnaires for online service. However, there is currently no comprehensive study or literature review on models of questionnaires and grading scales for Ukrainian higher education system. And also, how looks this testing? It's 10 blocks or types of questions that contain 54 questions, and it's included in the mechanism that was proposed the agency our agency that support higher education. And this questionnaire was implemented from American educational system and contains an assessment of university policy on quality of evaluation and also educational professional programs, and should contain generalized assessment and etc. I doesn't want to highlight all points. It's a 5-point Likert scale that recommended to our students. And hypothesis statement. However, the questionnaire on this that was proposed, and we tried to use like a pilot, but we have a very interesting result. 31% of students didn't complete into their testing. 19% ignored the test, and 27% of students answered very quickly without any result. How we analyze this result, the time of this testing was so small, just 4 or 6 minutes for 54 questions. It's too quickly. And that is why we modify the questionnaire and just left 20 questions and one open-ended question. And we also have results. How looks our data? Yeah, and it was 689 students of MR and BR degrees. It was teachers, different tracks in our university, of different tracks in our university. And how looks our research? I doesn't want to concentrate because it's also included in thesis and the results. Okay, the level, when we analyze, the answers was really surprised us, because we didn't expect that our students have so high expectation from our education. And the students answer they need discipline for those professional activity. So very high level of scale. And also they answered that all discipline are logical, and it's a good level of studying. And in the second part of testing, we analyze the style of teaching by professors. And also we have a high level of professor staff style of education. But yeah, you can see in the slides. But the results and perspectives of objectives. Like in a report of higher education through the eyes of students, I just translate like it was in Ukrainian. The students rate higher education very highly. In our study, we also have students range from 4 points to 4.7, and it's very good, like our students proud that they study in university, but it's a barrier for database-based analysis, and we cannot see the weakness part of our work. and our system in the university, and we need to understand what type of interventions we need for teachers, for professors, like training for teachers and digital transformation, and what kind of support of student we need. And so we just work now with next type of modification of this testing, because it's not so good for testing in the crisis time. And also when we include this testing, we need to highlight that a lot of questions concentrate on the personality of professor. But it's if we analyze ethics, it's not so good, because we need to change the style of teaching, but we cannot change, especially in a crisis, reality, personality of professor and those characteristics. So we work with in our future work, we concentrate in a more interesting questions and different scales that analyze the level of learning in our educational system, and it is like a future proposal. But in the end, we need to, okay, I just ended my my speech. We need to highlight that our student, besides we have really awful conditions now, so interested in studying in higher education, and it's really interesting like a result of our work. Thanks for your attention.
Oh, thank you, Katerina, for your interesting presentation concerning Ukraine, and thank you for your research on Ukraine. And I think we will have questions a bit later to the whole block of presentations. And now I would like to invite Rustika from Indonesia.
May I share my presentation, Marisa?
Yes, please.
Okay. Oh. Did you see my presentation?
Yes, but we see the last slide.
Yes.
Okay.
So now the beginning. Yes.
Okay, yeah. Yeah. Good evening, all my colleagues. Thank you for Marisa and Irina and all the seminar teams. Let me introduce myself again. My name is Rustika Nur Istiqomah. I'm an expertise of big data analytics for over 10 years. Now I'm here to present the research entitled Intermedia Agenda Setting on Indonesian Government's Political Policy Message in a Pandemic. Big data analysis of the relation of online media agenda and Twitter in January to April 2022 on the topics of the relocation of Indonesia's capital city. Yeah. Okay. Let's start by the issue appeared in 2019. At the time, Jokowi wanted to relocate its capital city to East Kalimantan. So you can imagine Jakarta as the busiest modern city in Indonesia versus East Kalimantan with trees everywhere as the Amazon of Indonesia. So you can imagine relocation from Jakarta, the big city, to the Amazon of Indonesia. So at the time, You know, at that time in 2019, this issue resulted in many responses from public, especially from millennial generation. They appreciated this issue with their emotion in the form of surprise, anticipation, and trust on social media. And of course, positive sentiments dominated these topics, because you know that the Jokowi idea is like a brilliant idea, something like that. So netizen or millennial generation was very happy. Wow, it's good, something like that. But in 2022, finally, Parliament passed the relocation bill into law. I think it was a crucial and controversial decision because at the time we were still facing the pandemic situation, actually until now. And in line with this, so I think this was the time I began to conduct my research. I focus on the government political policy message on how they socialize the crucial message. Is it successful or failed? How's the government communication message? Is it good or not? So we can check the intermedia agenda setting between online media and the social media focus on Twitter. So this is the introduction. The background is like the topic of the relocation of Indonesia's capital city from Jakarta to East Kalimantan is one of the crucial controversial issue since it is related to the context of government decision made during the pandemic. So during the pandemic. And at the time, you know that when the issue is raised, mainstream media began to play a position through their account on social media or via website to attract the attention of public who really need quick information about the relocation. And social media is growing rapidly with the trend of people connecting to find out the latest, more updated issues, talk about the relocation. So the question is there any intermediate agenda setting or issue transfers from online media to Twitter on the government communication message on the topic of relocation Indonesia capital city and vice versa? And the study was conducted to know intermediate agenda setting or issue transfer from online media to Twitter on the government communication message on the topic of relocation Indonesia capital city and vice versa. And when we talk about the intermediate agenda setting, so we have to look at the agenda setting theory. Agenda setting theory is about any topics are being discussed in the news or news trends and how this affects public opinion. And agenda setting has functioned to revert to ability of media with repeated news or emerge the importance of an issue in the public's mind. And when we talk about intermediate agenda setting, there are many people research about intermediate agenda setting. For example, Walgrave, it said that intermediate agenda setting is dynamic and routine news diffusion where coverage on one media platform can be influenced by the agenda of other media. And Fargo research about the intermediate agenda setting model in the election. So the context is election in America. It said that media agenda is highly homogeneous and reciprocal. Online partisan media plays a major role in the entire media agenda. So this is the presidential election when Trump versus Clinton. And the research from Su and Bora, Azur, Fargo, and Guo It said about the two-way relationship between social media and online media. Their agenda are influence each other. So I use the methods correlational quantitative research with the big data analysis, news and conversation related to government policies, and I use the two tools to analyze this. The tools are intelligent media analytics and social media analytics. And what is findings? This is the result of public response report regarding the relocation. You can see to the graph, this is the dashboard of the relocation in online media. You can see what is the highest or the best coverage media, like the top 10 media, what is the top person who covered by media when talk about the relocation. You can see the sentiments and you can see the exposure, January, February, March, April, and etc. And the relocation has a huge response in the online media and in the social media. In online media, you can imagine more than 25,000 articles or reports in online media in Indonesia. So it's so big issues. And how is in the social media? Okay, the issue of relocation responded by almost 180,000 conversations on social media. And what is the PESC news? The PESC news was the first month, namely January, when the discourse on the capital city began to appear in the media. And this is the graphic about the relocation national capital city theme in 5 social media platforms. So you can see this is the exposure from the TikTok, Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, and YouTube. And Twitter, the blue one, dominate all the conversation. And this is the hashtag or the trending issues about the relocation. It said Ibu Kota Baru. Ibu Kota Baru is the new capital city. And this is like a Nusantara. Nusantara is the name of the new capital city. And you can see this is the active account. In the January, more than 40,000 active account. And this is in the February is like slow and more be just only 20,000, and this is the user created time. So every account has a user like when they use the account. So you can see this is the like the new account in this issue more response to this relocation issue in the Twitter. And this is the engagement history. So this is the around the 1,000 and 160,000 conversation from more than 46,000 active account on Twitter. And this is the score by sentiment and region. This is the accumulation from the Twitter,
Rustika, we lost sound from you.
We are losing your sound.
Maybe Rustika is disconnected.
Tika.
We see slide, but we don't hear you.
Tika.
Good. Yes. Okay. Sorry. Okay. Okay. And this is the topic score regarding the national capital city on the Twitter. You can see this is the hashtag like IKN is like Ibu Kota Negara, and this is Tolak Ibu Kota Baru. It say that the netizen resistance to the relocation, and this is similar to, and this is like an oligarch project, something like that, and more than 25,000 report in online media in Indonesia, and this is in the social media. And you can see this is the retweeted username like CNN Indonesia, Koran Tempo, Tempo.co, Mas Piyu Aja, and Hidayat Nurwahid. This is the person, and this is the media. So when we talk about the intermedia agenda setting, so the online media or mainstream media still drive the issue in the social media. And this is the total post comparison. You can see the blue one is the comment and the green one is the posting. And this is the top account with comment and reply. And this is top account retweeted the issue. Okay. So we can compare, is it, there is an intermediate agenda setting between online media, this is online media, and the social media. Okay, so you can look at the January. This is the highest issues in the online media and the Twitter. So in the Twitter, almost 150 conversation. So the first level agenda setting emphasize the frequency of the news media mentioning and including objects that are considered important for the community. When that issue is raised, something like that, raised, yeah, it means that the issue is important, even though the audience might have different opinions. Yeah. The first level agenda is characterized by the impact of media agenda on the public agenda related to salient issue, political figures, and others concerned objects. The agenda of online media or social media will appear if there is an increase in the number of reports and conversation about the certain issue. So you can see in January, February, and March in the online news is still higher, but in the social media just only in January and then less in February, March, and April. And you can see online media as a representation of mainstream media, means the main reference source or preference for social media user. Besides that, online media drive the issue on social media. And this is the second level agenda setting or issue level between online media and Twitter on the topic of the relocation. This is the sentiment in the news, online news, and this is the sentiment in the Twitter. So you can compare this, and this, the black one, this is the neutral of the issues. The blue one is the positive sentiment, and the red one is the negative sentiment. And this is in the Twitter. So you can see this is the red one. So this is the negative, very high in social media. So we can see that the accumulated sentiment differ from each other quantitative. In the first statement of the relocation bill into law on January 2022, neutral sentiment occupies the highest percentage in online media. neutral, while in the social media issues is filled with the negative sentiment. The sentiment that appears in the online media, see, provide a neutral framing. There was 45.16 neutral, followed by 32.16 positive sentiment and 22.68 negative sentiment. But on Twitter, negative sentiment dominates than neutral and positive sentiment, namely 36.32% for negative sentiment, followed by neutral sentiment as much as 31.696 and positive sentiments as much as 31.90%. And this analysis result from the online media and Twitter show the general trend in the movement of the agendas of the two medias in time series. So this is the time the same time series. Okay, and why in the Twitter there is a dominate there were dominate in the negative sentiment. So we can see in the engagement in the social media, the resistance of the public opinion on the topic of relocation Indonesia capital city gain the highest engagement on the Twitter. So this is, you can see this is from CNN Indonesia, and the framing is negative. And this is from CNN Indonesia, this is from Indonesia, and this is from Ridwan Kamil, is West Java governor, and this is President Joko Widodo. This is from the media, this is from media. And the negative reaction raised by Twitter user indicate that this policy is not right now, because the government is still not ready to carry out the relocation of national capital in the pandemic situation. Intermedia agenda setting is driven by social media of the media and figure or influencer. So the media is like CNN, Tempo, Koran Tempo, TV One, Koran Tempo, Tempo, CNN, and the figure or influencer or like a Mas Piu, Ridwan Kamil, Joko Widodo, Muhammad Saididu, Alin Yowana. So you can see there are two types of influencers account. The real one is like Joko Widodo, Ridwan Kamil, Muhammad Saididu. And the fake one is like Mas Piu. Mas Piu account is like the fake account because we don't know who are Mas Piu. And you know, fake accounts sometimes they have more followers than the real account. And in Indonesia, sometimes the fake account like Mas Piu is like a trusted by netizen than the real account. And we can compare again the news exposure and the sentiment analysis from two platforms, online media and the social media. So relocation is still crucial issue on the online media. So this is the crucial issue in the online media. But minimum gain in social media response after that from February, March, and April, so less care. So netizen had given less care to this issue anymore. So finally, the conclusion for my research is the first one. Online media tend to give a neutral framing of government statement, while Twitter tends to give a negative framing. For note, the Twitter platform in Indonesia, actually when we talk about the politics, is filled with accounts of opposition groups as a continuation of the polarization in the presidential election 2014 and 2019. Sentiment on Twitter will be positive if there is a positive narrative and a conditioning effort, and we call it like a buzzer. And the second conclusion are the increasing number of internet user influences the agenda setting process by setting agendas online, seen by others as you named stallions. All right, this is the end of my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Rustica, a lot for your presentation. It is more than impressive. We will discuss this part of presentations after the next presentation. I would like to invite Diana Vukamanović.
So thank you, Irina. Hello to everyone. Good afternoon, good evening. So I will start to share my screen. So first I should share my screen. So I hope that you can see my presentation right now.
Yes.
Okay, so the title of my short presentation is The Role of History in Self-Constitution of an Antagonistic Leadership. I'm using concept of Michel Foucault to explain how one of the most powerful leaders in the world is mapping key elements of his leadership by using political narrative that is obviously intended to justify choice of antagonistic means in politics. To be more precisely, I am trying to describe how Russian President Vladimir Putin is trying to change and influence culture of memories, of historical memories, in order to articulate and elaborate aims of his expansionist warfare. So, as I already said, I'm using the concepts of French philosopher or sociologist Michel Foucault, who was presenting his lectures during 80s in a series of lectures, but I'm using one particular concept that is the so-called courageous truth-telling speech. He's using practices of ancient Greco-Roman world of this courageous truth-telling speech, namely of parrhesia, that is widely used even today. Parrhesia etymologically, as Foucault explained, means to say everything, to speak freely, to speak courageously. And Foucault explains that parrhesia implies not only freedom of speech, but the obligation of the speaker to speak the truth for the common good, even at personal risks. So I am using one case study, one particular speech that was made by President Putin on February 21st, and look at the date, that is the 3 days before special, as he called it, special military operation or invasion of Ukraine has started. So he's in this public speech, which was lasting for 1 hour, he's using more than 7,000 words to explain what has happened in Russia and in its surroundings during 1 century ago. And one analyst, namely he's of Serbian origin, Branko Milanović, but he's the professor in New York, he made the first-hand analysis of Putin's speech, and he's describing as Giacomozzi style of speech, meaning that Putin was using historical revision and historical reinterpretation for his personal accusation of Russian leadership and also of leadership of some other countries. So as Milanovic put it, Branko Milanovic, that will be in my references, Putin is describing 3 historical betrayals of Russia. And Putin is starting from 1917, from the beginning of the last century, the previous century, and he is accusing the Bolsheviks of having arbitrarily surrendered vast Russian territories to former Soviet republics. He's telling more particularly that first Lenin, then Stalin, then Khrushchev have given some parts of Russian historical territories to Ukraine for no particular reasons. And we can see during that speech that he is using multiple events from history that have multiple causes and have multiple meanings with one single aim: to elaborate contemporary Russia in today's position. And from 1970s, from Bolsheviks, he is jumping to the beginning of 1990s during the breakup of USSR, and he is also accusing the then leadership of the Communist Party of the USSR for making a strategic and historical mistakes of giving up of the Russian territories, and he is making reinterpretation of the breakup of the USSR from nowadays perspective according to his antagonistic military aims. And from 1990s, he's jumping to nowadays, to the present situation, and he's interpreting the situation with the NATO environment and more particularly the situation in Ukraine. And he said that Russia wanted to develop cordial friendship relations with USA and with NATO, but these two entities have treated Russia as an enemy and started to prepare Ukrainian territory as a theater of potential military operation against Russia. As I said, he stated all of this publicly. This speech is available even now, and he made it 3 days before decision was made by him and by Russian Federation to start invasion against Ukraine. So you can see how he is using typical historical interpretation or revisionist interpretation of multiple events during the Russian or European history, and he is making sentimental public announcement. He's using sentimental word, which is so typical for parasia, for so-called courageous speak. So I'm quoting his word. Of course, we cannot change past events, but we must at least admit them openly and honestly without any reservation or politicking. So he is using this Parisian style of talking, and he is presenting himself as honest speakers. He's saying, I'm not trying to put the blame on anyone, but he's blaming also on Bolshevik, communists, and NATO and USA and Ukrainian leadership. So he's saying, the only thing I would like to say today is that this is exactly how it was. It is a historical fact. So he's putting emphasis that what he is talking right now about distant history is a historical fact, that he is in the possession of that history. And what we can see is that he is preparing platform for forthcoming invasion. But of course, 3 days ago, no one would know that he is planning such, I would not say courageous, but such a shocking movement, and he is preparing the space for his antagonistic movements. And what we can see from this speech, that this is his personal trial to self-constitute and present himself as an ethical leader who is openly telling what he is, that he is in the possession of the historical truth, and he is conveying it freely and courageously to his compatriots, to the citizens of Russia, and to the whole world, urbi and orbi, the way that popes are doing. So we can see this genesis, this evolution within just 3 days. What was quoted, that was stated by President Putin on 21st of February, but suddenly 3 days later, on February 24th, he is publicly announced start of, as he called it, special military operation against Ukraine to protect the people that are subjected to abuse, genocide from the Kiev regime, and to demilitarize and even denazify Ukraine. So it is such a sudden jump, unexpected interpretation when you compare his speech 3 days before, and this new vocabulary, which is really offensive, which is unexpected, and which is really surprising. So you can see how a political leader is preparing the platform, is preparing the political narrative for his aggressive movements against Ukraine, and it was done quite suddenly within a time span of 3 days, with complete and offensive change in vocabulary. So what we can see, that Putin is using all elements of this old, ancient, truthful style of speaking. But by reinterpreting this historical past, Putin is trying to influence historical trajectories, historic future, with the use of hostile offensive means. And he's using also the one crucial element of parousia, of this truthful speaking, that is the risks. He's taking the risk. He's intentionally choosing the policy of brinkmanship, policy of calculated risk, by pursuing a series of dangerous steps to the brink of war. And he's trying to present this, as he called it, a special military operation, which is aggressive military invasion of Ukraine, as self-evident historically correct fact, truthful and inevitable maneuver that should be accepted as an act of truthful reason for the war, casus belli. So you could see how he is trying to present himself as a person, as a leader, who is courageously explaining that he is in the possession of historical truth. But all what he has done, we can see that the Russian President Putin is misusing all elements of parousia, of truthful telling, merely as a rhetorical device. He has no interlocutor. He is presenting his historical views on from TV screen. No one is able to correct him. Putin is not successful in convincing that his motives are ethically grounded. He's just one in many of politicians who are endlessly trying to reinterpret and change history. And we can conclude with this short analysis of his one public speech that Putin is misusing historical narratives without adequate degree of reflexivity of complex international contextual power dynamics. This is critical aspect of his leadership. I just want to remind you how his historical views are really important. Irina probably knows the best that he, after this invasion has started, he nominated one the politician and historical writer, namely Vladimir Medinsky, who was the ex-minister of culture, as the chief negotiator with Ukraine. So I want to emphasize how important is that we concentrate ourselves on President Putin's views on recent history, to read his mind, if I may say so, to see the whole picture of the world that he is presenting. And just to emphasize also the fact that this chief negotiator, Medinsky, was a member of a presidential commission that was established 10 years or more than 10 years ago by then President Medvedev. That was presidential commission for countering of a false interpretation of history. That was officially called like that, and we can see how politicians and historians were changing the perception of the world, not only of the past history, but also of the reinterpretation and the contemporary views on the future history development during the last decade. And I think that we should concentrate themselves on this historical interpretation to be able to predict what would be the final outcome of this terrible war in Ukraine, because an analytical view is that will be the long war that will unfortunately not end up really soon. And I just wanted to explain with my short analysis that Putin is using all elements of parrhesia, of this courageous, openly free speaking, and he is misusing his position of the one of the most powerful men in the world to present himself as courageous, freedom-loving, as the truth-telling leader. And as Foucault would say, he is even using this parrhesiastic game in the form of the fight for life and death. He is taking the risk, and he is misusing the history to achieve his final antagonistic, hostile ends. So thank you.
Thank you, Diana, for your presentation with such a clear position. I really appreciate it, because I understand that there can be different opinions in different parts of the world. And now I would like to invite discussion of this part of our seminar, starting from the presentation of Natalia Kazakaro, if I'm not mistaken. We have several presentations and we can have discussion upon them now. If somebody has a comment or question. Aleksandar had the request for presentation, and I think Katerina shared this presentation, her presentation in the chat. For me, presentations of this part of our meeting were extremely interesting. And I will take on chance to listen them again on the YouTube channel. But I would also like to invite discussion, because it is really tremendous that we gather today now here in one space in the cloud somewhere, being on 3 continents from so many different countries, from Italy, Brazil, Indonesia, Bosnia and Herzegovina, Moldova, Ukraine. I consider myself as Ukraine, Germany and Serbia. And all of us speak the language which is not the native language for us. And we don't mind mistakes, mispronunciations. The most important thing for us is to understand each other. And I would even dare to say that English language doesn't belong to Great Britain anymore. It is the language which is used for understanding around the world because it is instrumental. So any comments?
May I just say that I am really admire of all this presentation, looking at this intersection between social representation, communication, social memory, identity. And I also am admiring, and also the communication in a complex way, not just printed newspaper or online, but and also with this new tool for analyzing this, let's say, recently decade new way of communicating. So I find I think that until this series will continue, I will take part of it, because it is very, very interesting each time. And there are, this dimension that you, Irina, address, looking at the projective tools, a different way of communicating, this interest for big data, for example. So there is this attention to the history, to the rhetorical device. And I am very admired that Ukraine people in the current condition, after so many months of this terrible situation, have this dignity, to present as the world would be the same, to share their study, their reflection. I think that no dictator may never win the war in this with this kind of people. I really think that you are becoming an example of the dignity for the whole world. And so sometimes I feel guilty that, for example, I had this experience to move from a bed and breakfast another, to from a day to another, even from a room another of the same B&B in the same in 2 days, because too many tourists here. And I really felt guilty during all these 5 months of relocation, thinking at the courage of these people under the bomb. And they continue to make, let's say, analysis, study, contribution. This also the study has been presented on the university student. I don't know how you have been elevated as as population to be so with this high dignity. If I think that your president was an actor before, his life had to teach him how to cope with this situation. And he even rejected to move abroad when the American won, in a certain sense, save him in a quick way. I still remember when you too rejected to move out of Ukraine at the beginning. So this is just, I don't want to put all the attention on Ukraine because all the presentation has been very interesting, but it is interesting the way in which you have started to build this network of people that indeed, as Risa told, seem genuinely interested, not for strategic career purpose, not for having another publication, or although you always valorize the contribution of publishing them, but there is a genuine interest in the exchange. So thank you for having invented this network.
Oh, thank you, Annamaria, for your comments. It is great. I'm really sorry for those people who are still under bombing. I'm also sure that it is not possible to conquer Ukraine, but destructions and deaths are tremendous, and official statistics will never show us the real state. I understand why they prefer not to show it now, but I'm sure that even after the war, it will not be shown. We will never know how many people were killed. And all the rest I even don't want to mention now. I'm very grateful for solidarity of international partners, I call partners and colleagues and friends. In the beginning of the war, I received a lot of invitations from scientists from different countries, and also from those who are present here, also from Aleksandar, and so many people, scientists from social representations network supported me during my way, starting from when I crossed the border. I didn't feel fear inside, but as soon as I crossed the border, my nervous system started to react, and I phoned to Sylvie Graf. Then Sara Begazzi offered me her apartment for 3 weeks. Then Andrea Vintila invited me here for this POST program. And then Eva Green and Anna Kende and so many other, Adrian Guzman and so many other researchers from this network, which you, Annamaria, created. So many people supported me. That is tremendous. I'm very grateful to all of you, and I hope that, well, we can't predict how this war will go on, but I only hope that there will be not so much distractions, and that nuclear weapons will not be used, because it is not only about our generation, it is also about future generations.
Sure.
But let's move to other topics. The precious side of our gathering is that we manage to cover all the most important topics for the current world, which is changing extremely quickly, and which is extremely fragile now. And the researchers who participate in these meetings every year reflect these changes very quickly in their research. So today we talked about migration, COVID-19, war in Ukraine, political actors, and I showed some techniques, and big data analysis was reflected, and also social representation paradigm is still actual, and it is still applicable for this changing world. That is unbelievable. And I really hope that we will continue. I consider myself, I introduce myself from Ukraine because I don't have affiliation in Europe at present. but I'm head of the board of the non-governmental organization registered in Ukraine, and that is why I consider myself as representing Ukraine. So any more comments or questions to each other? Probably, did Aleksandar wanted to ask something? Aleksandar is on his move. He will reconnect later. So shall we continue discussion or shall we move to the next part? Well, we will also have some comments in the end. So if somebody wants to say something, we will have time for that. And now I would like to invite Eva Solina Gultam from Indonesia, if she is connected.
Yes, I'm here. Thank you, Irina. Is my screen visible right now?
Yes.
Okay. So before I start, I would like to thank you for Ibu Risa for allowing me to be one of the presenters today. My concern nowadays is about my local culture, which is ulos. So my topic or my title today is Ulos Traditional Weaving Resilience in Lumban Suhi Suhi Toruan, Samosir Village in the post-COVID-19 recovery. So for introduction, Lumban Suhi Suhi Toruan Samosir, and the title just now, is one of the villages near to Lake Toba, one of the largest lake in Southeast Asia, and now is known as an ULO center. During pandemic, the production or the manufacture of this traditional cloth is limited. However, after the outbreak, the government started to relax the community mobility space and then try to revive the tourism sectors, including the survival of traditional weaving by collaborating with local government. And then one of my backgrounds here is, in order to ensure the existence of this traditional clothes, this village finally undertake revitalization in order to promote local pride and acknowledge the artistic abilities of the Batak people. So in here, I would like to reinforce that Batak people is, Batak is one of the tribes in North Sumatra, and I am the part of it. And for the objective of this paper, I would like to show you how the traditional clothes or ulos weaving in this village as a tourism village survive, especially after the pandemic. And then for the method itself, I took in-depth interviews with some relative people. And after that, I did field observations and also digital resources. From I found on the field, I saw that this village preserved the heritage by reviving the weaving consistency. So they did Martonon Sadari. It means like weaving for a whole day. And then it aims to demonstrate a traditional ulos manufacture, because nowadays the weavers in this village are scarce. And only women who age 40 years and above who consistently weaving this traditional cloth. And then for the technical, it is also shown that during the weaving for a whole day, the ULOS weavers will show how to weave these clothes while explaining the philosophy of life and Batak rights to the visitors. And then another result that I found that in order to preserve the existence of these traditional clothes, the local government conducted fashion show in order to not only to inform young generation and also to preserve the long-term viability of this heritage, especially ULOS. And then this event aims to honor the weavers as cultural warriors. And as a result, several Batak fashion designers also took part in this event. And then this event didn't only showcase about the fashion show, but also they introduced tortor dances. So tortor is one of the traditional dances from North Sumatra, and also Batak musical instruments or gondang naposo. And then they also perform some opera. And to conclude, I found that the resilience of ULOS as a traditional cloth has proven that the ancient weaving industry can survive due to artistic inventiveness and negotiating abilities. So no matter what happens before or after the pandemic, ULOS as the pride of Batak local culture still exists, and then it is still recognized by substantial artistic potential. That is the end of my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Eva, for your presentation. I'm not sure that Adrian Guzman is connected.
I'm here. Good.
Are you here?
Good to see you.
Oh, Adrian, glad to see you.
Glad to see you.
I checked the list of participants and I didn't see it. So we will also have presentation from Mexico.
Yes, unfortunately, I couldn't be online. I just finished another conference. I came to Italy, so I was pretty much in the in the Italian. Hello, how are you, Professoressa Rosa? Mi fa molto piacere vederla.
Nice to meet you, to see you again. Incredible as life, you know?
Questa è casa sua in Messico quando volete.
Grazie.
Allora,
would you start with your presentation, Adrian?
Yes, of course. It's a very conceptual presentation. I didn't want to make it well. I wanted to present it in the way we did it because it was not part of an academic process. So maybe you can help me out with that in the near future. But I'm going to explain you what we did at the university, how we did it, the process, and how it was taking the development from a conceptual thing into an actual experiment and development of a technology. I cannot present it with the same rigor of the academy because there were companies that participating on it. So let me just go a little bit on the slides. So this is the university from where I'm graduated, but as well as the university where I teach. I teach at the program in applied communication, so it's a great pleasure to share this, at least this small effort with you and with my colleagues in Europe. So hola, this is the main way to introduce ourselves here in Mexico. So it's un chao. So just to give you a small brief of how the university is in Mexico, it's segmented in many different departments. The university where I teach, it's pretty much this campus multiplied by 10. So it's a university with 10 different campuses on 10 different cities. So the project initially took place in one of the campus, which was Puebla, and it was in a first interaction we have with Harvard University, and that was with Steven Pinker. And a second one was a couple of years later with Philip Zimbardo from Stanford University in a different campus in the same university. We wanted to call this architecture of movement and politics of self-space, and I'm going to try to justify also the name in the design of the experiment. So everybody is aware, and it's part of the social psychology, the well-known experiment of the Stanford prison, which was developed by Philip Zimbardo, which was a social experiment. But this was a very disruptive experiment at the time. What we wanted to do was to observe isolation cases in individuals interacting in social in a social perspective, in a social landscape, but without being intrusive. I mean, this means that we wanted to observe without observing, which is the most critical scenario for disruptive practices like this one. I mean, the experiment, as I mentioned, it was trying to design a way to observe without the process of observing. And this is an innovative and changing way. We wanted to do it with a novel technology, which is an internet or internet connection, which goes through the electrical connection. So in order to improve this version of the Stanford prison experiment, where there were not supposed to be rules or carcerators or things like that, but just the level of isolation of the individuals. A setup was designed so human observers were not present, were not allowed to be, no video cameras as well, only the sensors of the PLC technology on the electrical connectivity. So just to explain it in a general way, it was a sensor through the connectors of the electrical grid, which only sends the movement of the individuals that were present in this simulated environment. So we could gather data of how people move within their room. We could gather data of how people interact with other people within the room. We could gather data of how objects were moved within the room, but we didn't know who the individuals were, only by the assignment of the room. I mean, we know that individual A was in the room A, for example, individual B was in the room B, but we didn't know, I mean, how they look physically, for example. We didn't know how they were behaving in an observable way, like we are doing right now. For example, if one person scratched their nose, we didn't actually know if they were scratching their nose. We only knew what was happening in terms of movement within the rooms. So we could measure in a very low level the interactions. So for each of the rooms, which were 8 rooms, 8 participants were selected for a week, and they were inhabiting this space. I mean, they were present, but they were not real present, no? If we can say it like that. So the rooms were interconnected by a main hallway, a main atrium, but they were completely and independently isolated as rooms from the ambient noises. So you couldn't hear what the next room was happening, no? And within these rooms, we have also independent access doors, which means you could see the hallway, and just to describe you the architecture, you could see the highway, but you could see when the people who enter these rooms enter. I mean, they enter into an independent door to the room in order to have no initial interaction between the individuals. Only when they are in the room, they are allowed to have the interaction to the hallway. So they haven't seen each other between the interactions. So the rooms were interconnected by a main atrium, as I mentioned it, but the complex didn't exceed the dimensions of the sizes of the room, which is pretty much, it was a 60 square meters cover extension of the facility, sorry. So the central idea was to that each one of these rooms have normal electricity connectors. People was not aware that these normal electricity connectors were actually the sensors. They were just requested to participate in a sociological experiment, no? And the idea was that at the same time that the sensors were activated, these sensors were connected through new technology to an internet connection. The technology is called PLC. So the idea is that the sensors, which were installed in different ways within the spaces, have to function at the same time as normal electricity connectors. And this is because that's the main purpose of the technology. I mean, that was the main purpose of the technology. I mean, the technology was to prove the objective was to prove that the technology functioned as an internet connection, and the technology functioned also as an electrical connection and as a sensor. So the sensors monitor and record different movements of these volunteers during their stay, and potentially the data was collected and identified between the individuals, and how these individuals volunteer from each room to allow access to other people interacting with them. Okay. Sorry, if you have questions, you can interrupt me at any time. So the design of the experiments was that there was no video cameras. The sensors allowed by themselves the study segmented the interaction between the individuals in real time. And this allowed us to analyze the natural dynamics of how different groups were formed. For example, in one case, we have an individual which was allowing a different individual from another room to enter into his personal space, his room, no? And this was not exactly the same case with other individuals, no? So when this first interaction happened, we were allowed to measure. So many different questions were put on the study, like, for example, how is that these individuals modify their own space according to the scarcity or abundance of resources. For example, food. We have people who have food and on their rooms, and they didn't share with other individuals. But we have other people who have food as part of their spaces and their resources, and didn't share it with other individuals. You know? At the same time, all the movements were registered, which was something that the initial experiment didn't have, because the initial experiment was an observable experiment, and this was specifically for the movement of the individuals, which didn't have like a present identity on the record of the experiment. Explain or say it in another words, if one person was in a room, we didn't know which person was. We only knew what the movement of these persons were. I mean, we didn't have a physical identification. We didn't know if it was a person of color, if it was an old age or middle age person. We only could measure the interactions. So the space of each individual could be associated with the background only in the initial file, which was requested for them. For example, what profession it was, in which discipline they work, and in a similar manner to a questionnaire, what kind of norms they could be attached to, or for. So it's absolutely crucial that the technology used in this experiment can record and monitor the activities through an internet connection. And the condition for the development or the sponsorship of the experiment was that it should be made or done through an electrical connection. And this was a technology, well, novel technology, where we have also a prototype called PLC. So given the future studies of the experiment and how can they be associated with several research and development areas, the experiment can turn into many other different experiments that can be segmented in micro experiments, produce different sort of sensors. They can benefit the industry in terms of more applied and selective applications. And I can give you just a very small example of how the results studies were presented, which was the creation of new generations of sensors that can be connected 7, 24, and 360 days a year through the internet, but also through the electrical grid of the already established network. So derived from the type of records obtained by these sensors, we could say that many sociological and psychological studies can be carried out, and they are not proposed as being disruptive. They are transparent in a way that they actually measure all daily activities of the participants without being intrusive, because it's only a measurement of movement and not a measurement of the activity itself. This valuable data was obtained in real time, and also we could observe the group dynamics. And the data as well was used for the exploitation of the appropriation of space. What we call as an exploitation of appropriation of space was when some sort of we cannot say trust relationship were established, because we couldn't observe or hear the interaction, just the movement. Once that we see that this exploitation of the appropriation of the space was established, was when trust was generated and people was allowed to move and to interact beyond the initial rooms that they were assigned. So as for the design offices purposes, which was also one of the sponsors, we can say that we could identify a very wide range of products. For example, how people like to arrange their own personal space, considering the different interactions they are having since the first initial personal interaction. Sorry. The participants involved were co-financed by companies in the energy sector and also one public sector-related company, which is CFE in Mexico. And the design and installation of the PLC network was also made by contribution of a local company, and the modified sensors were also a contribution from a local company investing in this sort of block electrical connectors to the existing electrical network. Two university institutions provided involvement of an interdisciplinary team. As I mentioned, one was in Puebla and another one in Mexico. And we have two students of architecture in order to make the maqueta, we call it in Spanish. Sorry, I forgot the name in English. We have one student from industrial design, which was from a completely different university, and one from interactive design in order to make the small box for record the variables we wanted in through the sensors. I mean, the sensors already exist. I mean, we didn't have like to modify program or do anything. We have two computer engineers students and one psychologist and one sociologist, which were part of the program. This was born as an idea already established by the Google Watts initiative, and this very first approach took place in 2013 in Boston. And it was assisted in the design of reporting and monitoring instruments through a software segment, which was provided through an open source